All right, let's get started tonight. Thank you all for being here. Always exciting to see all these people who care about public education. So really appreciate you being here today. This public regular meeting of the Board of Education for October 14, 2025 is called to order. All items being considered this evening are posted on the PPS website under the Boards and Meetings tab. This meeting is being streamed live on PPS TV Services website and on Channel 28 and will be replayed through the next 2 weeks. Please check the district website for replay times. Good evening and welcome. Thank you all for being here again. And before we get started, a couple housekeeping reminders. Again, super glad we have so many community members here in attendance today, and especially taking your time out of your busy life, and especially those who are going to be testifying as well. Thank you for sharing your input with us. If you wish to display signs or banners, we just ask you to keep it below your chin level so that people behind you can have their wonderful view. Also, make sure you keep the aisles and walkways clear just for safety reasons. In general, just be mindful of others and practice general respect. We have a really full agenda this evening. We are going to be recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month, Indigenous Peoples Day, and we will start with Hispanic Heritage Month. So, Dr. Armstrong, I'm really glad to hand this off to you to introduce this.
Absolutely. Good evening. As Chief of Schools, Dr. Isaac Cardona makes his way up to introduce the speakers this evening. Just want to say how much of an honor and how excited we are at this opportunity to honor and recognize those who come together to support all of the communities that support Hispanic and Latino heritage. Dr. Cardona.
During Hispanic Heritage Month, we uplift the voices of our students, staff, and families. Each and every student has a story to tell, amazing stories about their lives and their culture, their upbringing. And tonight I want to call to the dais the team from Jason Lee Elementary School, including Principal Alma Velasquez, who will be introducing her student speaker.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Alma Velasquez, principal at Jason Lee, and I'm very, very honored to bring with me tonight a very special student, Hasif Gonzalez, and his mom, Mayra Gonzalez. Hasif is going to tell you a little bit about himself and his culture and why he is so proud to be Hispanic.
Hello, everyone. Hola a todos. My name is Hasif Gonzalez, and I'm in 5th grade at Jason Lee Elementary. Me llamo Hasif Gonzalez y estoy en 5º grado en la escuela Jason Lee. I'm proud to be Guatemalan because it's part of who I am. My family, my culture, and my roots. Estoy orgulloso de ser guatemalteco porque es parte de quien soy. Mi familia, mi cultura, y mis raíces. At Jason Lee, we have students from many Hispanic countries, and I love how everyone feels welcome and included. En Jason Lee, tenemos estudiantes de muchos países hispanos. Y me encanta como todos se sienten bienvenidos e incluidos. Our culture is full of delicious food, like tamales, tacos, and pan dulce, and we love to celebrate with music, dancing, and family. Nuestra cultura está llena de comida deliciosa, como tamales, tacos, y pan dulce, y nos encanta celebrar con música, baile, y familia. I'm thankful for the teachers and staff who support us and remind us to be proud of where we come from. Estoy agradecido con los maestros y el personal que nos apoyan y nos recuerdan estar orgullosos de donde venimos. When I grow up, I want to be a television animator and tell stories that make people smile. Cuando sea grande, quiero ser animador de televisión y contar historias que hagan sonreír a las personas. Thank you and happy Hispanic Heritage Month. Gracias y feliz mes de la herencia hispana.
Great job, Hasif. I got a chance to sit by Hasif at Hispanic Heritage Month at Jason Lee, and he shared with me some beans for a Loteria game. So I was like, I would love to have you come speak more about this at the board meeting. So thank you to you and your mother for coming today. Awesome. Thank you all.
Thank you. That was awesome. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7185, resolution proclaiming the celebration of National Hispanic Heritage Month in Portland Public Schools?
So moved. Second.
Director Split moves and Director Sullivan seconds. Any board discussion? I was pretty convinced by that, so I think we're ready to go. Yeah. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
No.
All right. The board will now vote on Resolution 7185, resolution proclaiming the celebration of National Hispanic Heritage Month in Portland Public Schools. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. All opposed? Abstentions? Student Representative Retorto?
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 7185 is approved by a vote of 7-0, with Student Representative Retorto unofficially voting yes. Thank you and congratulations. And thank you to the student. It was very brave of you. It was a wonderful presentation. All right, next up we have, we'll begin by acknowledging Indigenous Peoples Day. Dr. Armstrong, could you?
Absolutely.
hand this
As
over?
our student engagement coach for the McDaniel Cluster, Glenn Lamott, comes forward to speak on this resolution. I echo what I echoed before, or what I said before, is it's just an honor to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day, a time that honors history, cultures, and the ongoing contributions of Native people. I'll turn it over to Glenn. Thank you for being here.
Good evening. My name is Glenn Lamott. On my mother's side, my family comes from Ilan Vanin. My father is Chata Sia. While my relatives aren't indigenous to this region, the original people of this land who have hunted, gathered food, played, and buried their ancestors here have graciously allowed me to call this place home. I am forever grateful and forever in debt to them. This is why I'm here today, to express my support for making Indigenous Peoples Day an official observance, not just in my school district, but in all of ours. I speak not only as an Indigenous person, but also as a PPS employee, a community member, a husband, a father, an uncle, and as a son. Recognizing Indigenous Peoples Day is not simply about adding a date to the calendar. It's about acknowledging the deep and lasting history, culture, and contributions of Indigenous people who have lived in and cared for this region for thousands of years, and many, many more to come. There's a quote by John Trudell, a poet and an activist, that has always stayed with me. The hardest part about forgetting is remembering to forget. It reminds us how easily history can be buried or ignored, not because people want to forget, but because remembering often means facing difficult truths. Officially recognizing Indigenous Peoples Day invites all of us from all walks of life and privilege to remember and learn together, even when it's uncomfortable. For many years, Indigenous histories and voices have been overlooked or simply missing from what we collectively learn from each other as educators and what we share with our very own students. This resolution creates an opportunity for us all to, as students, educators, families, and community members, to engage in honest conversations, deepen our understandings, and respect Indigenous perspectives. This is not about taking away from somebody else's view and replacing it with another. It's about expanding our shared story to include everyone's experience. By passing this resolution, we have acknowledged what we are doing. Our ancestors are listening, and our children are watching and learning. We must make a conscious choice and take a meaningful step towards building a bridge, one that connects our shared past with the future, where Indigenous stories and identities are fully recognized and honored. It reflects a commitment to come together, not just for this board, but for each one of us, to learn from one another and to continue moving forward as a united community. As I often remind myself, a man should not be judged on how hard they fall, but how well they can pick themselves back up. Indigenous Peoples Day is about rising together, acknowledging the challenges of our history, and choosing to move forward, united, stronger, and with greater understanding. We choose to honor, teach, and celebrate today shapes the values of our children carrying into tomorrow. Che Pacha La Cheki Yakoki.
Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn Lamont. That was so well said. So well said. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7186, resolution recognizing Indigenous Peoples Day?
So moved.
Second.
You want to flip a coin? I'll. Let's have Director Chase Miller moves and Director LaForte seconds. Thank you. Is there any board discussion? Besides that, that was an amazing presentation. Thank you. Ms. Bradshaw, any public comment?
Yes. Lisa Wheeler.
Thank you for being here, Lisa. It's good to see you again. I assume you know the public comment. You're a pro here. So 3 minutes. The light goes on. You got 30 seconds to finish up. So thank you.
Hihano washte. Abeti washte. Iokapiahi washte wiye. Dakota wichichana awashte wiye. Miniwaka no yate. Ate. Ska. Ina. Glishka hawe. My name is Lisa Jackson. I'm from Spirit Lake in North Dakota, which is a reservation over 1,300 miles away. I just wanted to thank you all for being here, and grateful to be able to be in front of you and the new board members. I wanted to speak on the behalf of my child, and also being a board member for 3 years on the Indian Education Board as a vice chair. My time here has been completely trying to communicate and have transparency with the board along with Indian education for the better education for our kids. I also don't only advocate for Native students, I advocate for students across the board. So I'm grateful that you also did the Hispanic Heritage Month. We should be honoring each other every day. Our respect isn't earned, our respect, we're born with it. I'm grateful to be able to be here and share my experiences, which you'll all learn in the time I've come as the new board members. I'm grateful to be able to speak for my kid who is going to be in the district for another 4 years. I will be here advocating for our Student Success Center, along with the Black Student Success Center as well. We do need to come together to be able to better our community in all levels. I am grateful that we're honoring the Native Indigenous Heritage Month Day, but we should honor each other every day. Again, I want to thank you all for being here, and thank you for your time and giving us this time to honor. I'm hoping this year we can be able to be transparent with each other and move forward. Pidamia.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The board will now vote on Resolution 7186, resolution recognizing Indigenous Peoples Day. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed? Abstentions? Student Representative Retorto?
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 7186 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Retorto unofficially voting yes. Awesome. Thank you. We have another wonderful thing to celebrate today. Tonight we are recognizing a longtime PPS educator. Each year, the Oregon Substitute Teachers Association invites each school in Oregon to nominate outstanding substitute teachers for the Oregon Substitute Teacher of the Year. From 119 nominations received this year, Portland Public Schools substitute Hector Cobb was unanimously selected for this honor. Is Hector here today? Awesome. This year, the Oregon Substitute Teachers Association celebrates its 50th anniversary and the 26th year of recognizing Oregon's amazing substitute teachers. The goal is to highlight individuals who represent the quality of standards that we value. It has been a tradition that these educators are recognized at board meetings, and I understand that later this evening there will be a celebratory dinner to honor Mr. Cobb. Before we invite Mr. Cobb up to share with us what this recognition means to him, I would like to invite Dr. Armstrong to say a few words about Mr. Cobb.
Absolutely. So Mr. Cobb has served as a substitute teacher for more than 40 years, beginning in 1983. He is known by students and staff as the rapping sub. In fact, it was early in his career when he taught in the U.S. Virgin Islands that he began using rapping and rhyming as a way to engage students and make learning fun, the origin of his nickname. He's worked extensively at Cleveland High School, in the library, helping to organize and modernize materials, relabel books, and improve shelving systems. He's recognized for his attention to detail and love of language and learning. He's deeply respected by teachers and students for his enthusiasm, dependability, and rapport with young people. So he's described as energetic, engaging, and someone who always loves, that students always love to see. So Cleveland High School teacher Matt Stinn loved having Mr. Cobb as substitute teacher when he was a student so much that he requests Mr. Cobb to cover his classroom when he needs to be away. So I just want to add that as, someone who's drawn to spoken word and may have known to drop a rap or two back in my day, I appreciate the way he finds and engages with students and finding ways to connect. So thank you, and I look forward to recognizing you at this moment.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I love working with kids. Over the years, I've taught it all from elementary on up to high school, but my specialty is high school. And I'm certified in Spanish, history, and a library. And I really want to thank the Oregon Substitute Teachers Association for recognizing me. I cherish this award, and it's something I'll remember for the rest of my life. And just to thank everybody for their support over the years. My wife, who I was her substitute, so if she was sick or something, she'd send me in to cover. And
Thank you for clearing that up for us right there.
And well, she knew that whatever lesson plan she had laid out, that it would be carried out. So I might have to give an example. I got to tell you, man, you kids are a sensation, but I really like to chill because I'm great at education. I tell you, man, you guys are number one. Teaching you all is a lot of fun. There.
So we have a wonderful certificate here we'd like to present you with. I don't know if we should just all go up in front and take a picture. Yeah.
You want? I'm coming. Oh, you're coming up here. Okay.
Do you know what I am? Note taker and
Everything. You're doing everything.
I know. I'm so proud of myself. Wait. Make sure. Okay, there it is.
All right, team. I need you to get together a little bit closer. You squish it a little bit, maybe turn sideways a little bit. All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Cheese. I am not. Queso. Perfect. All right. 1, 2, 3. Queso. All right. You want to go now? Okay. Thank you. All right.
So I'm pretty sure, Hector, I've had you as a substitute in one of my classes before, but I definitely remember you in the building, and it's always been a joy to see Hector Cobb in our building. It just really lifts the spirit. I mean, it's noticeable when we have a good substitute teacher. So thank you very much for all that you've done in your service. I think, yes, I think you've substituted for me before, but I'm pretty sure you've been in the same building. I can go back and look at my sub notes.
He was busy. Right? Wow. Yeah, raise your hand if you were impacted by Mr. Cobb. Is that something? Wow. Look at that.
Right. What a great way to start the board meeting. Next up, we have the superintendent's report. Dr. Armstrong.
Thank you. And I'm excited because I have a couple of celebrations and a recognition to end with of my own. So I appreciate your attention, as I always strike out with these slides. Sure. Oh, too many clicks. I gotta go back. Okay. Well, October is National Principals Month, and so I am super excited to honor school leaders across all of our buildings. I wish that I could have fit all the faces on this one slide. Know that we are celebrating principals on our social media, so if you have not seen individual shout-outs, I will encourage you to tune in. You know, our principals go through a pipeline program called Recipe, and we are really excited about the transformational work that's happening in our racial equity centered principal initiative or pipeline. And so they are working hard. We're excited. And I just want to say to all of those who may be listening or here present, happy National Principals Month. Okay. Thank you. Also, join me in congratulating Lincoln High School culinary arts teacher Melanie Hamrickson. She was just named the winner of the Heroes in the Classroom National Teacher Recognition Program. So during an assembly, she was presented with a $10,000 check for herself and $5,000 for her school. Heroes of the Classroom honors K-12 teachers, administrators, and other teaching staff for their strength, impact, and dedication to students. She was selected among 10 finalists from schools across the country. So congratulations to our Lincoln teacher. Also, congratulations to Joe Lane being named a Regional Teacher of the Year. Lane is the theater teacher at Roosevelt High School and has taught for more than 20 years or nearly 20 years. She is a beloved member of the staff and makes every student feel welcome in the theater. She's now a finalist for the Oregon Teacher of the Year, which will be announced later this month. So we wish her luck. So celebrating some students. So for the 2026 National Merit Scholarship semifinalist list, we had 29 students. We're super proud of that. More than 1 million students across the country enter in this 2026 National Merit program, and we're super excited and know that we're celebrating and hoping that our students go on to win the $2,500 scholarship, but it's just amazing and a great representation of the work that's happening in our high schools. Now, always I like to show a little video about lifting literacy, and so coming to you this month is the power of peer reading buddies.
His glasses are too big. Buddies is a thing where you pair up with like a younger buddy, a younger grade than you, and you most like read to them.
Well, every week we get together with a kindergarten group and we buddy up to practice reading and other skills.
Major and I will need.
It excites fourth graders to maybe prepare a little bit better to be ready. It really shows how our community is strong. That's one of our 4 pillars. And also it shows our kids can be teachers and show others how to learn. And it makes our school a stronger place.
Wonderful. Lifting literacy. I love that. So we, as you all know, legacies are made at PPS. Not only made at PPS, but we also have legacies who help make those legacies, if you will. Now, we recently lost a member in our community who was known as a legacy across our city and to our schools and to the many students that they reached and touched. We also have a legacy among us who's here. And so I really want to take this opportunity to honor a legacy of work. And so as I reflect on the purpose and mission of the Center for Black Student Excellence, I'm inspired by those who have laid the foundation for excellence, teachers and leaders who have embodied Black excellence, and many, many others who have continued to serve as mentors long after their final bell. While there are many who have worked tirelessly on behalf of our students, the stories of 2 remarkable educators stand out. These 2 individuals, Harriet Adair and Michael Chappie Grice. Yes. So, they both served as teachers and leaders, playing instrumental roles in helping Dr. Matthew Prophet carry out the mission and vision of Portland Public Schools during a time when achievement for Black students reached its highest point. The very definition and purpose of the Center of Black Student Excellence are grounded in the lives and legacies of these 2 leaders. Harriet Adair, who was employed here for 47 years. Is that correct? Okay. Yeah. Okay, yes. And Michael Chappie Grice, who was employed for 29 years. I will tell you that both of those educators went on to continue to serve in various capacities, from mentoring or subbing and supporting. So their years employed doesn't reflect the impact that they continue to make after their, like I said, final bail. So exemplifying the center's mission through their unwavering commitment to educational excellence, equity, and success, we believe will be found in every student that we reach and touch. This work is about leaving a legacy, and it is clear beyond a shadow of a doubt that we have 2 historic educators that had made their mark and left a legacy. So with that, oh, yes. So as I end my report, I want to turn it over to Director DePass.
Well, thank you. So a few weeks ago, we spent some time here honoring Michael Chappie Grice, and we named a day for him. But I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about someone who many of you might not have heard of, but has had deep impact in this community, in the PPS community. When we think of naming buildings, I think we sometimes fail to acknowledge the amazing women in our community, and so we don't often see their names emblazoned on a building. Yet we know that women's contributions are worthy of attention and pride, which is why I'm pleased to support the naming of a building in Harriet Adair's honor. That is a lot.
Yes.
Dr. Adair is a graduate of PPS and holds a doctorate from Brigham Young University. When Dr. Adair was a high school student, her counselor expressed surprise that she intended to attend college after she'd been offered a prestigious scholarship to Bryn Mawr College, adding that Dr. Adair lacked the math classes to attend. Dr. Adair from that day said she vowed never to be the adult who kills a child's dream. When Dr. Adair became a middle school teacher, then a principal at King Elementary and Whitaker Middle Schools, regional administrator of several school clusters, deputy superintendent of K-8 programs, and later the assistant superintendent for the Office of Early Learners and School Supports. In terms of process, the district has a policy. It's 2.20.10010P, and it's a framework by which to rename buildings and programs, which we will follow, and it requires a pretty deep community engagement requirement, and we will be very intentional about hearing from students, staff, alumni, parents, and community members as appropriate. So I'd like to express my strong support for renaming the Center for Black Student Excellence, and I'm asking my board colleagues to join me tonight in directing the superintendent to start the naming process to honor both Michael Chappie Grice and Dr. Harriet Adair.
So and it's an honor to be able to eventually take that action when a person will be able to benefit from that. And I just want to say thank you for that, Director DePass. And you may be thinking like, but wait a minute, we haven't yet solidified a purchase of a building, which is why, right, we are starting with the rename of the program of Center for Black Student Excellence. And we know that wherever that program lands, which I think we have an idea, but we're going through a process, that the name Harriet Adair and Michael Chappie Grice will follow in all of our talk on CBSC will be replaced as we work our way through this engagement process as well. So thank you for that, and I will turn it back over to Chair Wong for comments.
Yes? We're giving board direction, correct?
I did ask my board colleagues to join me in supporting the renaming of that program.
You have my support.
So
Yes.
This is not an official vote. I think we just
Yes.
say our
Express
Yes.
support, yes.
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 Yes, please.
Well, after 47 years.
I came here to talk about wanting you to think about naming this wonderful building for people who I have come to love.
Excuse me, Doctor, can you lean in a little closer to the microphone so we can hear you?
Okay, can you hear me now? I
That's
came
beautiful.
here tonight expecting to talk about how you all would consider naming a building for some people who I have such great, huge respect for. I was the one that spoke for naming this building after Dr. Prophet, who in my mind walked on water, and there are several other people in this community that I feel the same about. But now I'm just, thank you. Some of you I'll talk to later. And all I can say is, I will just give you just a little bit of history here to know why I'm just so touched. My parents came here, as did the parents of some of these people sitting in the audience who are African American, and the district would not and could not hire them. Some stayed, some moved on to other districts, and those that stayed were wonderful symbols of what could be excellence for Portland, no matter your race, no matter your beliefs, no matter your struggle. And so I have a legacy of saying we can do our best and we will always produce the best. And what you saw tonight is some of the best that we produced. And what you may consider the best is not always what is the best. It is the best they have to offer, and they do whatever they can. And you can go away saying, I had something to do with that. So thank you. This is not what I intended to do, but I have some people I will be speaking with later about what I intended to talk about. But thank you very much for this honor. I am just awestruck. My mother would be so proud to be here tonight. Laura Glosson, who worked at Boise Elementary for so many years. And she used to say, in this neighborhood, which at that point in time was predominantly African American, we have so many marvelous people that are growing up in these buildings who will do such marvelous things. I don't know how Portland will ever recover from that much glory. And I don't know what else to say. Thank you, because this is not what I intended to come and say tonight. And so next time I come, hopefully I'll be better prepared. And thank you for the honor. Thank you, guys. You know I love you all.
This room is full of so much talent, so much talent. You guys need to make sure you get them up and out twice the stuff they're doing already, even though that in itself is just marvelous. And all these little people, oh my God. Oh my God. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Vice Chair DePass, for bringing that forward. A great moment. Next up, good luck following that. Student Representative Retorto, has a report.
Thank you. Tough act to follow. Jeez. Wow. I would just like to say I would like to second what our superintendent said about the wonderful Miss Lane. Again, as a student at Roosevelt, I participated in our theater program for many years, and the impact that she has had on our building is truly immeasurable. I mean, she's been there for so long as an anchor, and what she's built in our theater program will last for years after she's gone. I can't think of anyone better to win the state award. I hope she wins the state award and every award she's nominated for hereafter. Now, in more boring news, we have many committees here on the board that are looking for students. So if you have any youngsters in your lives who are interested in nerdy politics board stuff, get them interested. We have multiple committees with all sorts of fun topics like auditing. Don't know how many of your kids are interested in auditing, but it's a very riveting procedure, I assure you. Also, in many other fun and amazing opportunities. So definitely look out for that. Email us. We will get you on those committees. And lastly, the first meeting of the District Student Council will happen right before the next board meeting. So next meeting, I should have interesting things to say. But that's it for tonight. Thank you all.
Thank you, Student Representative Retorto. Next up, we have general public comment. First, we'll start with our student comments, and then before we begin, just kind of want to review some guidelines before we start. Again, I want to thank you, and I'm sure the rest of the board thanks you for taking your time out of your day to provide your comments. Public input, especially from our students, really helps and improves our work. So we look forward to hearing your thoughts. Our board office may follow up on board-related issues raised during public testimony. We request that complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. I will remind PPS staff who are giving public comments that they may not provide testimony about students that could violate confidential protections under FERPA. This includes testimony using information that could identify students, especially their school community, or use of direct or indirect linkages such as school grade, special education, or other status. For materials that you would like the board to receive, we ask that you hand those over to Ms. Bradshaw over there to your left, and she will distribute that to us. Thank you. If you have any other additional materials or items you would like to provide the board or superintendent, we ask that you email them to publiccomment, all one word, at pps.net. Please make sure when you begin your comments that you state your name clearly and spell your last name. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. When the red light goes on, that means you have 30 seconds to finish up. Let's start with our students. Ms. Bradshaw, who do we have for tonight?
Our student actually withdrew their spot.
Oh, how depressing. All right, let's move on to our adults.
Okay. We have Kathy Huck, Bobby Hayes, Deshua Hayes, Jocelyn Haley Cambier, and Representative Tui Tron. Sorry.
Do you want to, let's have the first three, and then we'll have Representative Tran, I think, because you brought some guests too to come up, so we'll call you a second with the guests that you wanted to bring up.
Yeah.
Who were the first three again?
I'll just recall them all. Kathy Huck, Bobby Hayes, Deshua Hayes, and Jocelyn Haley Cambier.
You may start when you're ready.
Okay, good evening. My name is Kathy Huck. The last name is Huck. First off, Dr. Adair, I've worked under you before, a long time ago, and my daughter talks about the rap and sub teacher fondly. So I've been part of this community for a long time. Anyway, good evening. I'm a retired PPS para educator, currently a para sub with the district. I'm coming to you tonight with very real concerns about the mandatory transfer of PPS para educator substitute to Education Solution Services, a private for-profit staffing company with 100,000 employees coast to coast. I will not be joining this business. The message from HR about this change was sent to us about 3 weeks ago, and ESS projecting transfer to be around the 15th of this month. That's now. This has been billed as a partnership with a company we know very little about. We're basically going to be fired from our positions with the opportunity to be rehired by ESS. In my mind, a partnership would be ESS supporting unfilled positions, which there are many, but not taking over the staffing of all para subs. All current and potential PPS sub employees are to be dismissed, and if they want to work, report to ESS. We would be no longer part of the PPS team with whom we originally hired onto. I'm stumped. If this company can promise to fill positions, why can't PPS meet this need? What does this company do differently? It was shocking to hear from ESS that there were 35 potential para substitutes that were waiting to be hired by PPS. They could be working now to fill the desperately needed positions. Before making this deal with ESS, did the district look at HR's processes, policies, and/or recruitment? We have many people in this building that could brainstorm along with the other people throughout the district, like the principals, support staff, other paras, that could
strengthen our sub pool before going to this extreme. This blindsided everyone except those who put this deal together. But personal feelings aside, as a taxpayer in the state of Oregon and a staunch supporter of public schools, this cost really needs to be totally transparent. Is it really a cost-saving measure? Para subs make $24 an hour plus small contribution to, oops, I'm running out of time. A small contribution to PERS and other stuff, other benefits. This feels like a slippery slope to privatizing our public education, and I know Portlanders do want a voice about our public schools. Private companies, especially from Tennessee, should not have this much of a foothold in PPS. I know there's a huge need for parasubs. I see it daily. And we are the largest district in the state, and we need to clean our house by ourselves without selling off our employees. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And I appreciate
Thank you.
everything you do. You've got a tough job.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. I think, if I remember correctly, you called up Bobby Hayes, right? It's Bobby Hayes? All right. And then we also have, I know that you two obviously are coming in on the VDLI situation. And I think Representative Tran is also here today to support. Yeah, if you would like to come up. Do you have enough seats up there? If
Maybe use a few more seats. Larkin and Hunter, come on up. I'll go first. Chair Wang, members of the board, and Dr. Armstrong, my name is Dr. Thuy Tran, and I am the state representative of House District 45. The VDLI program is in my House district, and I would like to introduce you to, do you want to say your name?
Larkin,
What grade are you in?
2nd grade.
Good. What is your name?
Hunter,
What grade are you in?
1st.
Very good. I am here to ask for your support. PPS has additional FTE educators that have not been assigned, and I would like to request that it is assigned to the 1st grade program, the 1st grade of the VDLI program. Currently, the 1st grade VDLI program only has 1 teacher for 31 students. If we can pass the threshold for 33, then more kids can come and more on the waiting list, and we can have more teachers. Currently, Ms. Chalvo is the only teacher there for the 31 students. This is an equity issue because the dual language immersion program is a 50-50 model. 50% of the day is in the Vietnamese language and 50% is in the English language. Currently, there's only 1 teacher, and she even has to translate the curriculum. That's an equity issue and a staffing issue also. The student and the teachers are overwhelmed. A child left class because of stress and was throwing up. Kids only get 1 year to be in 1st grade, and they need PPS to support them. This program is in its 12th year. You guys have the 1st cohort in 11th grade. And so your investment in the past is greatly appreciated by the student, the parents, the community. And to shortcut the 1st graders' experience this year by not having enough teachers to support them is an injustice to the student. So you have the Mandarin dual language program, the Spanish dual language program, the Japanese, the Russian, and we should treat all program equitable, 50-50. 50% in English, 50% in the language, Vietnamese. And go ahead, honey, what do you want to say? What do you want to ask the board? Okay. Well, please dig deep, find us the funding for this one teacher because our student is worth it. They only get 1 year to be in first grade and they need to be supported. So please find us a teacher. Thank you. You want to say thank you?
Thank you. Gamma.
Hello, my name's Bobby Rowett. It's Rowett, and I'll be sharing time with one or two of these other people.
Jocelyn Cambier, Cambier.
Erin Jones, ErinJones.
We're here today speaking as parents of children in the Vietnamese dual language immersion program at Rose City Park. I urge you to adequately staff the program, in particular this year's first grade cohort. At this critical stage of development, first graders require individualized attention and support, both academically and emotionally. These early years are foundational, and students are much more likely to succeed with small group instruction, consistent teacher interaction, and a nurturing environment. A large class with only one teacher, especially in a dual language setting, puts unsustainable strain on both students and staff during a crucial time in their growth. Our children are already feeling the pain of this large, unwieldy class. The VDLI program has already shouldered more than its fair share of staffing cuts. 2 years ago, Rose City Park lost its Vietnamese-speaking assistant principal. Last year, half of the third grade VDLI teaching staff was eliminated. This year, VDLI classes for fourth and fifth grades are blended. And despite this dwindling support, the VDLI program delivers strong results from its students. Research shows that English language learners taught in dual language immersion programs outperform other English language learner students in English skills by middle school. Previous academic assessments have shown that all VDLI students outperform both the PPS and the RCP average in math. And native English-speaking students in the VDLI program far outperform both the PPS and the RCP average in English. Further, all students in the first 3 VDLI cohorts have passed the 8th grade stamp test.
So the current understaffing is recklessly undermining RCP's school continuous improvement plan and these students' third grade learning objectives.
Current projections anticipate an increase in VDLI enrollment over the next 10 years, while neighborhood enrollment at RCP holds steady and overall PPS elementary enrollment shrinks. There's currently a significant wait list for the VDLI pre-K classroom at Kelly Center, further evidence of the need for VDLI in the community. Not only is the VDLI community ready to offer robust support to students in PPS, the outcry resulting from PPS continuing to undermine the program will be overwhelming. The inadequate staffing will have a negative impact on the VDLI program for years to come. We hope that PPS will show support through urgent and immediate action. She has her own. Okay. Ready to keep going?
Hi, my name is Châu Võ, and I am the first grade teacher in the Vietnamese dual language immersion program at Rose City Park. I'm here today to speak honestly and urgently about the impact of large class size in our program, not only on academic.
You have 30 seconds, so go ahead.
Academic quality, but on the well-being for both teacher and student. This year I have 30 first grade students in my classroom. As the only teacher, I am responsible for teaching most subjects in both English and Vietnamese. The workload is overwhelming. The blending, the constant language switching, the culture bridging, it's already a heavy lift under normal conditions. With 30 young students, it has become unsustainable. The stress and mental health toll are real. For me, this has been long night. Constant anxiety and the emotional exhaustion of feeling like I'm never doing enough. Sorry.
You take your time.
Because honestly, it impossible for me every child need in this situation, no matter how hard I try. The pressure is constant and taking a serious toll in my well-being as a professional and as a person. And it is not just for me, the students are affected too. At 6 and 7 years old, they are still developing their self-regulation, language skill, and social emotional foundation. In a crowded classroom, they are overwhelming. They are competed for attention, support, and space to grow. It is heartbreaking to watch students struggling simply because there are too many of them and not enough support. Dual language programs like VDOI are rooted in equity, but class size like this are making that equity impossible to achieve. I respectfully urge to the district to consider splitting the class. We talk about value teacher and supporting mental health in our school. Please let the values be reflected in how we staff and support our classroom. I love what I do. I choose to teach in this program because I believe deeply in the mission of dual language education. I know what is possible when students receive the support when they deserve. Please help us create a learning environment where both teacher and student can thrive. Thank you for listening and your commitment to equity and excellence in PBS. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing all your testimony. I just want to also just voice that, DLI is super important to me. My kid is a part of that, and also highlight and recognize how difficult it is for a teacher who is not a native English speaker to teach half the day in English, having to translate all the curriculum and do all the things, especially for the early grades, because as you know, in DLI programs, we have a lot of them are not native Vietnamese speakers. So having to teach students who are native English speakers and the language that's not your native language is extra hard. So I just want to recognize the difficulty that you have, and thank you for being here today.
I
think you're going to say what I was going to say probably. Go ahead.
Maybe.
I
We'll
bet.
see. So I thank you, and I appreciate the words. And I think as you know, we're entering this phase where, we're calling it Growing Great Schools, but actually what it's requiring us to do is take a look at our programming, our boundaries, right sizing, so that we can make sure that we're putting the appropriate supports where we need it most. And I know that there eventually are going to be some things that we need to address as it relates to the programming that we offer. And if we're going to offer it, how are we going to support it to make sure that it's robust? And I will say that, I hear that the concerns are around the class size, and we know that we have other classrooms that's sitting at that number as well. And we also recognize that dual immersion brings in a need for extra supports. And so we know at the building level, the principal is using the Vietnamese education assistant strategically to be able to support. We're working hard to make sure that we can support with curriculum translations. And when we think of like science and health, there is a gap. We do have translated materials for math and English. And so while we know that we're not where we need to be in an ideal state, we are aware of the fact that there's some support that's needed, and we have a team that is working with the building principal to think about how we can target those supports in a way that impacts the classroom.
Director Split?
I was just going to say there was an email exchange that you spurred. I think like one of you wrote and then heard back from the superintendent passed that on to Dr. Howard. And I realized when we get a lot of emails from one set of parents, I'm not sure that the one parent that got the email that said that Dr. Howard, who's our, senior chief, thank you, senior chief of academics, yes, is looking into it and promised to get back, I believe, ideally by the end of this week. So I just want to make sure all of you heard that people are working on this right now. And that you also heard that it's not the only classroom in the district with numbers and issues, but we're still trying to figure out what we can do, right? So thank you very much for your
Right,
advocacy.
and then just to like double down, well, actually, I think our student was probably about to, were you about to lean in and talk? Oh, okay. No, I just was going to say that we have a resource issue that didn't start here in Portland. And I think the more that we're able to adequately fund schools to be able to offer the programs and address some of the things that we need to address, the better I think we'll be, not only as a public school system, but the individual classrooms that are in each of our schools.
Yeah, I would just like to say, you know, I have many friends who've benefited immensely from the DLI program. You know, I am also, as you know, Director Wong said, a massive supporter of the DLI program. You know, I sincerely hope that we are able to get, you know, to get your school the resources that it needs. But you know, to echo what my peers have said, it's incredibly difficult considering our current funding situation. And I would also like to take this opportunity to say that there's a few organizations, one of which I've worked with, CPPS, which stands for Community and Parents for Public Schools. They're a great organization to get involved with. I've gone with them to lobby for more state funding for our public schools before. That's like the number one thing that we can do to make sure that our students get the resources they deserve. You know, is to say that we need more funding, because that's the reality. You know, the state needs to know that we need more funding, because that's where pretty much all of our money comes from, due to Measures 5 and 50. And so there's a lot of work that needs to be done to get us the money that we need to give our students the support and the learning they deserve. And so absolutely, I 100% encourage any parent who's involved in CARES to get involved, you know, and to start demanding that our state legislators give us, you know, and give our students what they deserve.
And we are proud of our Vietnamese program. I want those here to hear that. I think as a board, you know that. And a fun fact is, across all of the urban school districts in the United States, our Vietnamese program is one of two, the other one being on the far East Coast in Boston. And so as a West urban district, we're proud of the fact that we have one of the only programs.
You know, to that end, we actually had the ambassador to Vietnam come to Portland in his 3rd month on the job. His first stop was in Hawaii, and his second stop was here, and he was here to look at this program and was very impressed, and I'm sure would be very supportive of us supporting them as well.
Can I ask a quick question? I'm just wondering, for the translation of the curriculum materials, like, it sounds like there's a gap in materials. Is that something, I'm sorry, I didn't send this question in advance, but are we going to be providing those? It seems odd that we'd have a teacher translating their own materials.
That's a great question. So most of our math PPS materials are translated. And then we spent 2 years, the team spent 2 years collaborating on our Wit and Wisdom. That's our English language arts curriculum. Spent 2 years collaborating with Vietnamese teachers on those materials. And like I said, we still, science and health aren't translated. But I think when we look at that 50-50 model, where not all of the curriculum is needed to be translated at 100%, if that makes sense.
And that's a support, not necessarily like a solution, but I appreciate it a lot. And I think also one of the other challenges of, you know, the 50-50 model is that, you know, we're also developing kids in their English proficiency as well, and that is a true challenge for our immersion teachers when they don't have that English component support. So again, I want to thank you all for being here, and thank you for sharing. Yeah.
And the science, the health, the social, we don't have. So I think the district scenario, if the teacher wants to teach, we have to translate by ourselves. And the hour they pay, actually, it's not much.
So the teachers are doing the translation of their materials.
I have to do it. The first year when I do kinder, I have to translate by myself.
Yeah.
And then now the curriculum with wisdom, the develop in Vietnamese to align with the English. So more just so this year I have to teach both language and I have to develop the curriculum at the same time when I teach. I'm not the robot.
And
And
I just
part of just having, you know,
Yeah,
the East
I know.
Coast and
I-
the only one on the West Coast means there are not robust materials.
Right, thank you.
available.
I need to kind of cut this off right now because we are running behind a schedule. And I think we have your contact, and when I think there will be district and people may reach out for more questions and support. So thank you for being here, and I'm hopeful that the district can do what they can do to support. I know that everything is tight and unfortunate. But I also can answer some questions offline as well, because I know that the Mandarin Immersion Program went through a very similar scenario last year and the year before. So I'd be happy to answer those questions too separately. Next up, we have comments from our union partners. Do we have any signed up for today?
We do not.
Okay. All right, then I guess we have, again, thank you all for being here today.
Thank you.
You're welcome to stay for the rest of the wonderful, I can't think of the right word for it. So next up on the agenda, we have board committee and conference reports. We'll be hearing reports from the following committees: audit, facilities, improvement and oversight, policy, teaching, learning, and enrollment. We also have a quick report on the CUBE conference. We'll just be asking each board member just to give one sentence takeaway from what you learned there. For the sake of time, we can always talk about that separately at a different date. So let's start with, how about audit? Let's do an alphabetical order.
Okay. The Audit Committee will be having our first meeting of the 25-26 school year this Thursday, October 16th at 5 p.m. I would like to provide the board with a preview of the agenda for the meeting. We have a full agenda and we'll be discussing the following: Audit Committee membership, the status of the implementation of the outstanding contracts audit recommendations. There you go, the exciting things that your students are going to want to have. And the role of the Audit Committee in providing oversight of the work of our external auditors. We will also go over the Audit Committee's work plan and proposed meeting agendas for this school year. And we will discuss new audit topics to add to the Office of Internal Performance Audit's audit plan. Thank you to my board colleagues who submitted their ideas for future audits to our internal auditor. I'm looking forward to talking about them in our meeting. Please note that it requires the approval of the full board to add audits to the Office of Internal Performance Audit's audit plan. So once the committee has agreed on the audits to add to the plan, the committee will refer those audits to the full board for approval. Our internal auditor is also going to share an overview of the Office of the Internal Performance Audit and their annual report. And lastly, our internal auditor is working on getting the Audit Committee and the PPS audit reports web pages updated. So we will have an opportunity to take a look at those pages as well. So, see everybody on Thursday.
And she means everybody. Next up, we have facilities, improvement, and oversight committee.
It was a long meeting, but I promise I will try to keep this short. So our FAO committee this week, we had some great public testimony that focused on seismic safety from families and staff from Beverly Cleary, Rose City Park, Cesar Chavez, James John, and Buckman. And I just want to share that community members are very concerned about the sample prioritization formula, potentially underweighting the actual risk, and urged consolidating into the safest buildings. I'm sure you saw the article in the Oregonian yesterday that had some more information. I just say that parents are visibly anxious and that we really need to clarify path and timelines quickly, which I know we've talked about offline as well. And there is continued ongoing interest in HVAC performance across our schools, including we got some feedback about the cooling implementation during our heat wave at Wells, Jason Lee, and Odyssey. So yeah, we're honing in on seismic and HVAC. For the CBSC, district is in the middle of its due diligence process. We have a big meeting coming up on November 3rd, and that meeting is really going to include kind of the meat of a lot of the information we've been asking for. It will include the analysis of the building assessment, feasibility and programming study, the program space and design, parking and transportation, operating plan and budget, and property management. I don't know how you're going to be ready for this. It's a lot. And then we'll have a board vote on December 3rd regarding moving forward with the purchase. We talked about athletics, and we have 9 projects that we have in queue to launch. Our current focus right now, the one that's actually moving, is the Grant Bowl field lighting. The original target date for installation was December 1st, and it's been moved to early March due to the light fixtures arriving in early January. So it's not something that's necessarily in our control, and we're still working in the permitting process. But it's been very vocal about making sure that this doesn't bleed into track season, and we're ready to roll for spring. Wells modernization coming to the board in November. We were previously over the hard estimate by 24.8 million, and there's the great news. The value engineering was successful, and we are at 5.6 million in savings from the 2024 design. So we'll be voting on that next month, which is really exciting. So there is an attainable path to budget. And there is a couple active issues. We've got the HIP relocation or stay, whether or not it's going to stay there. I don't know. That wasn't like that wasn't tipping the hat. Like, we don't know. Working in the Hillsdale Farmers Market location situation, and pool operations with Parks and Rec that would have potential cost impacts. So those need to be reconciled before it comes to the board. And I loved the presentation that the facilities team did on the open work orders. Anybody who hasn't watched it, I would strongly encourage you to watch it, because we have 9.5 million square feet of facilities with 2 technician managers and 77 technicians, which essentially equals maintaining 5,000 homes at 2,000 square foot each. It's basically, our staffing is 40% below where we should be for peer district operational standards. We've got 3,900 work orders. I could go on and on, but it's a significant issue that I will keep raising because of its impact on our budget. We're closing in on $2 billion in deferred maintenance because we just can't keep up. Let's see, seismic. November actions coming up. We're working on establishing the school priority list, and the team is working on securing grants for 2 major sites that would, when you get these grants, they have to be for entire buildings. So those 2 major sites would happen in summer of 2027. So there'll be more news coming on that. And let's see. There's so much, but I'm going to shorten this up. Our next steps essentially are to approve the prioritization list. They're working on a dashboard prototype. And then the other couple things we discussed was the RFP for OSM leaderships for the high school builds. Proposals are due in early November. Interviews will be in late October, and it will come to the board for approval in December. And we'll be talking about right sizing actually in TLE next month. So we'll be kicking that over there. And that's about it. Again, it was a lot. I would encourage watching it if you haven't. That's it.
I just want to add, I appreciate highlighting the work order issue, because this is something that's been, I'm glad that you brought that up, because it's something that's been in the, in the making for decades. This precedes all of us. And it's part of the I'm going to blame the state, because that's where it deserves to go. And as I remember Senator Denbrough, when he was the chair of Education Committee in Senate, not promoting it, and I said this before, but I'm going to say it again, actually literally saying that the state provides 0 funding for facilities and maintenance. And this is one of the consequences of that. And so I just want to share that every year, the board, the superintendent, maintenance do their best to kind of keep up our buildings, but it's a huge task, impossible task. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Did it come up about the trail getting cut off?
Yes, that's one of the, there's actually, sorry, thanks for bringing that up, Patty. The trail, the farmer's market, and the pool are the 3 issues that they need to wrap up before it comes to the board in November. So they are working on it. They truly are working on it. I know there was a meeting that may have already happened. It's next week? Okay, it sounds like it's next week. Great.
Can I ask a question? Sorry,
Yes.
I don't want to have us spin out and talk a bunch because we have a lot on our agenda, but I do just have a question. And it's really because I'm seeing the sign in front of me right now saying fix the formula. My understanding is that was sort of like a, what do you call it when you,
Sample?
A sample or like a straw man, and it wasn't actually meant to be considered like where we're headed. So I just want to make sure that since you're here, you're taking notes. I want to make sure you hear from us that our understanding is that's a draft. It's not the final. The board will have a role in making a final decision as well as working with staff on that. So I just want to make sure that you spread the word to your folks, because we're getting a lot of emails that none of us thought that formula was like a real thing. So I just want to, it was like just we need to make something that looks like this. So I just want to make sure you take that note that we're all nodding our heads and want to make sure that you know that it's just a draft. That's all. I guess it wasn't really a question.
If I could say on that, it's really, I definitely appreciate the emails. Keep sending emails, keep engaging, keep coming to these meetings, give us public comment. That's what we need to hear. When we're doing something wrong, tell us.
Well, I guess what I want to say is I feel like I want to hear the feedback too, but I would love for everybody to understand that none of us were part of crafting that. We do have a final decision. We want to hear from you about what it should look like, but it would be lovely if it wasn't curbed in like you're doing this wrong when we didn't actually do it. So that'd be great, I guess. I think that would just be more helpful for me because a lot of these emails come with some pretty heavy language. You just literally said that we would have blood on our hands if an earthquake happened. That kind of language is really hard. And so I guess I just want to at least make sure we're all speaking from the same set of truth, if that makes sense. Because we all support you guys as far as I know. So
I would also just add to that, that our kids go to these schools too. So we are as invested in this issue as all of you are and want to see that work done and have that same level of fear and concern. So we hear you.
And that's what you get for bringing a sign. So
That was good.
thank you. Next up, we have Policy Committee.
Yes, so the Policy Committee, our next meeting, I believe, is on the 20th. And we have so far 3 things on the agenda. We have the field trip policy. We're going to try to kind of make the language a little bit tighter. We're also working continuously on updating some of the policies just to adapt them to more modern language. They haven't been updated in some cases since the 1980s. And then as a discussion topic, we have local school foundations. Those are the 3 things that we'll be discussing on the 20th.
And then we have, finally, Teaching, Learning, and Enrollment Committee.
I'll try and keep this short and sweet. We've had 2 meetings since my last update, so I'll be quick. At our September meeting, we agreed to finalize our committee charter, and we also had a really great presentation on enrollment from Senior Chief Howard. Some key takeaways from that presentation included our enrollment status for this year, which exceeds projections and is lower in elementary and higher in the upper grade levels. We were also briefed on our communications and marketing strategy and received an overview of our district continuous improvement plan and a presentation on the Jefferson dual enrollment strategy and the district's plans for community engagement and timeline. Our last meeting was just last week, and our topic was special education. And Dr. Charles and Chief Buno gave an excellent, comprehensive presentation. I'm giving Dr. Charles credit for the brain power on that, and Chief Buno credit for the presentation skills, since Dr. Charles did not have a voice and wasn't able to speak. We were given the background on IDEA, the concept of free and appropriate education and least restrictive environment, and the structures and supports locally that comprise our special education system, like Columbia Regional and MECP and other partners. Dr. Charles and Chief Buno explained inclusion and the work that PPS has done to begin moving towards inclusion via the neighborhood school model. Let's see. I appreciated the call out that the neighborhood model isn't just for kids with disabilities. It's for all kids, and all students benefit when we practice inclusion and make our schools fully accessible. I also really appreciated hearing the team's approach to soliciting and integrating feedback. Last January, the team conducted listening sessions with the community and applied the feedback they received, which has led to successful implementation of new initiatives, as well as families feeling heard and respected. So Win-win. We also got a primer on special education funding and an update on how the district is filling our paraeducator sub shortage. We also heard public testimony from families representing the Vietnamese DLI program and from one of our special education families sharing parent perspective and emphasizing the need to support our paraeducators who are incredible and vital to the success of our kids with disabilities. Our next meeting is scheduled for Thursday, November 13th, and we'll be discussing Division 22 corrective actions, including TAG, curriculum and dyslexia screening, and feedback from dual assignment public hearings.
Thank you. So much stuff. That's a lot of stuff to cover. Wow. For the sake of time, I'm going to try to ask everyone limit this to 1, maybe 2 sentences, and 3 sentences. You're in danger of me cutting you off. We do have to, as per policy, report on our conferences. So there's 7 of us that went to the CUBE conference, and I would love for, instead of a full report from all 7 of us, which would be here all night, I would like to ask each of you just to share one takeaway that you had from it, whether there was one thing you learned, something that piqued your interest, or something that really stood out. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. You don't? Okay. I'm a firstborn, so I'm comfortable. So I was really impressed by the tour of the Compton High School, the science and STEAM-based education, impressed by the robotics, animation, media, drone operations, virtual reality, and all of those STEAM-based classes. And what I learned is what can result when the team understands their respective roles, and when we, that would be us and them, all pulling the rope in the same direction. You can make amazing schools happen.
Director LaForte?
Since you're talking about Compton, I actually had the interview with Makai Ali, the school board president of Compton United. He was the standout voice for me. He had remarks about austere oversight and trust written in ink. Those hit home with me. He emphasized that boards don't exist just to write policy, that we are the ones ultimately responsible for outcomes. And he spoke of the importance of having a clear board vision that drives every action, and he challenged the idea that boards should take a hands-off role, saying that oversight must be disciplined, transparent, and relentless. I loved him.
Steph, are you gonna go? Sorry, I'm gonna continue the to talk about Compton. My takeaway was I was really overwhelmed by the experience of being in a beautiful, brand new, state-of-the-art high school that was full of Black and brown kids, and the message that those new facilities sent to those students about their value and their worth, and applied that thinking to my dreaming about a rebuilt Jefferson. But I was also really excited to see the really cool and inspiring learning that was happening in the middle school, which had not been rebuilt yet. But staff was doing an incredible job engaging kids in being scientists and mathematicians.
I'll go. This isn't mine. It's kind of piggybacking on you. But that middle school, it wasn't that new, but it was so well decorated and bright. It was pretty amazing what they did with it. Well, I'm going to get away from Compton and go to one of the breakout sessions that they had. And I attended a session from Plainfield Public Schools in New Jersey. It was entitled Strengthening Schools Through Community-Centered Partnerships. And the first question asked was, are partnerships working? Are we getting a return on our investment? What is working and what is not? And they suggested doing research and tracking participation and outcomes. And they used surveys to get feedback so that they could adjust their strategies. And I learned the meaning of a new word when referring to partnerships. And that word is transactional. And the relationship should not be transactional. Do not create a situation where you get a contract and only connect again when you want to renew the contract. Instead, when contracting with community partners, state how a program will be evaluated and how often, and then have a continuous improvement cycle. Have check-ins midway through the year or even quarterly, and question if old partnerships are continuing to be useful. and communicate continuously, which in a little bit is kind of the opposite of what you said, which was kind of hands-off. But this one was very successful in working with their partners, but knew what was happening, and if it wasn't working, the partners would change. It's not like get rid of the partners, it's do what works. Don't just sit there and do the same thing over and over again. And I really appreciated that.
I'm gone. I can go. Two things. I was profoundly moved by listening to Brian Stevenson speak. As a career public defender, I actually implemented some of the work that he did in the U.S. Supreme Court to make sure that juveniles didn't face life without parole, that those with significant disabilities didn't go to prison for the rest of their lives and face the death penalty. And so to sit in a room as someone who left public defense in January and hear him talk, it was profoundly moving because the work being done in the Supreme Court and the courts around the country are affecting our students positively. And I remember when the case came out about juveniles' life without parole, and I remember getting to cite that in court, and it made a difference. I will also just briefly say in an anecdote, the conference generally, when my twins were born, my husband and I took baby CPR. And what we learned out of baby CPR was not to give baby CPR, even though we knew how to do it, but we were empowered to call 911 and get the backup and the support of what we needed. And this conference, as a brand new board member, empowered me to speak my voice, to go against the grain if I need to stay true to our values as a board and as an individual. And we may not always be voting the same way, but we always believe the same thing. And that I was empowered by what I was hearing from people who have been board members for so long, saying, just hold your truth and hold your values and you'll be okay. So that was it.
First sentence, try not to scare 4 students giving blood pressure by having sky-high blood pressure. Second sentence, the city of Nashville does an amazing job of building a budget with the money that they think they're going to have, but then also adding to it what they wish they had so that they could do what they actually want and think they need to do to have successful schools, as a tool for advocacy and fundraising, and making the case for more funds for schools. That was a really long sentence. Was that really impressive or what?
Director Split is my favorite director today. I wish I could have said what Director Chase Miller said. First sentence. Second sentence, the other thing that was most impactful to me was a breakout session, saw some creative ways to normalize the talking about mental health in our schools, because the first step to curing is identifying and making it okay to talk about it and seek help. And that is probably the one thing that really struck me in terms of seeing these creative solutions to a real problem that we have. Thank you all. That was a long second sentence. All right. Next up we have, first off, we have, I don't know if you, Director Chase Miller, if you want to talk about the Teaching and Learning Enrollment Charter. It is uploaded and I have read it. I hope everyone else has read it. If you want to, you don't have to, but.
Not a ton to say about it. Has everyone read it? Okay, excellent. I mean, it's been through the committee and reviews have been approved, so I think it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, and give the thumbs up. And then we also have separately a resolution to, and this is kind of new, is the Facilities Improvement and Oversight Committee Charter. The chair of the committee, Director Lafort, has asked for the board to vote on this. And if you would like to introduce it before we move it on the table.
Yes, so thank you. So this Facilities Improvement and Oversight Committee Charter is a critical step towards strengthening our board's governance and accountability around facilities planning and bond investments. So this charter formalizes our responsibility to provide financial oversight, strategic direction, and community transparency on school modernizations, safety projects, and long-term capital planning. And it ensures that our decisions are grounded in equity, sustainability, and fiscal stewardship, and that the board has a clear, structured process for evaluating and prioritizing facility investments and directing impact towards our student learning environments. Excited.
Thank you. All right, this one has been identified as Resolution 7202. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7202? Resolution to approve the Charter for Facilities Improvement Oversight Committee.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Director Sullivan moves and Director Split seconds. Well, I was trying to remember who said that. It was more of a memory thing than an identification thing. And is there any board discussion?
Let's go.
I have actually amendment I want to propose. An issue, and I think this was shared with Director Lafort. I think Liz Large shared this with you, so I think this is understood why. But we do have a policy that specifically states that committees are information gathering bodies and cannot make decisions. Thank you. They cannot. And so there's specific language in here that is potentially worrisome. And I think a change, the amendment I have is just a change for 2 words. And I think it keeps the spirit and the direction of the charter, doesn't really affect it, but just keeps it aligned with our policy, with our board policy. And the words are under number 2, scope of work, under A, under 1, where it says ensure clear and consistent communication with the board of directors on board-facing facilities-related and capital planning initiatives, serving as a key liaison to the full board for projected updates and approvals that will require the full board votes. It is somewhat moving a little bit into the gray area. So my amendment that I would like to propose is to to strike the word key from before key liaison, because key may suggest that it has to go through this before it goes to the full board. And just so you know, the full board always has purview over whatever it wants. And then the second one is, so striking key. The second one is changing the word approvals to recommend. And so now it will say serving as the liaison to the full board for project updates and recommendations. Change to recommendations, that will require full board votes. So that is my
I think those are
motion.
fine. I don't have an issue with either of those.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Any board discussion?
I guess I just want to say I think it's totally fine the way we're doing this, but when I don't know, I feel like it should have come up sooner or something. So maybe next time when whoever caught it, council catches it, to maybe let us know that it's coming so that we aren't like up here evaluating language on the fly. Would be great.
Yeah, the trouble with that is because of the new meeting laws.
Yes.
2 people on the committee cannot even talk to each other about it without breaking quorum. And so legal spotted this. And so the only time that we actually have time to discuss it is when it's brought before the full board.
Oh, so legal can't even tell us that there's issues with something before we come to a meeting?
Well, because then if I tell you and then I tell Michelle, then it becomes a serial meeting.
Couldn't you have emailed it?
Lawyers and other staff can communicate with board members without implicating public meeting laws.
Okay.
And this was surfaced by Sharon, who's now not here. So it was some unique circumstances on timing. I hear
Fair.
the request.
Yeah. All good. Just that way we look a little smoother and like more prepared. That's all. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, we'll make sure we do that next time.
But I have a question. But when we're in our committee meetings, we can talk to each other in the committee. So if it had come up, if you'd heard about it before a meeting, you could talk about it and change it before it came to the board, right?
I think the
Is that right?
surface.
We did
Like 2
we did
days ago.
discuss it. Yeah, but the word issue came up just a couple days ago.
Okay.
So
we just hope it comes up.
and just for sometimes
heard about it
things
last
do.
night.
Well, sometimes things do come up last minute, and so we have to have a little bit of flexibility. And if we don't want to, we don't have to do anything. We're just changing the 2 words here because they do make a difference. But
And it was originally not on the agenda for a vote.
And
So
it
I think
wasn't on
that
the
was
agenda.
the
That's right.
domino that put other things in motion.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm all
So-
for it. I just the process.
We had
It's
no
now
ducks
taken way
lined up in a row.
more time than I wanted it to.
I have a question. So
brand new board member. This is coming up for a vote, but Director Chase Miller does not. Will it
Yeah.
in the future?
Do you want me to answer? Or you want? It is not ever have been done that PPS board has voted on a charter before. I think Director LaFord made a good argument because the FIO committee this year has specific things that it's mandated to review from previous resolutions, as well as like with the largest bond ever that we passed, and so wanted to bring more transparency as well as accountability to the committee, and that was the reason for wanting to bring this to a vote.
And there was some critiques in the bond audit too, just in terms of having clarity around, things, it's just a little messy, and this was just meant to really tighten it up. So I appreciate the vote tonight. I'm excited that this is a first for the board.
Yeah, and I think it's valuable. Let's give this a try, right? We don't just all jump ship at the same time. Just throw one person overboard and see how the water is.
Exactly. See if I drown.
Right. And so, yeah, to answer your question, this has never been done before.
So my reasoning behind asking had nothing to do with questioning whether we should do it. I think we should. I'm too scared to reach out simultaneously. There's a typo in yours. And I didn't want to reach out to you separately because I'm like, the open meeting laws, which for everybody on here watching us talk about things sometimes to death is because we can't do it anywhere else. And if something is on the agenda once, it may never come back on. And so this is the opportunity, our only opportunity, because we don't get to talk outside. And so sometimes it feels like, why are you still talking? It's because this is it. And it's the only opportunity we get to talk about something, and it may never come back on the agenda. So I'm just saying that, Director Chase Miller, in because I know you will want to change it, it's minor in 4 meetings. Meeting agendas shall be publicly posted on a PPS website 48 hours in advance. I don't know if you meant at least or just website 48 hours in advance, but there's a random A in there.
We do need to get back on the discussion of, anyways, the main purpose of the amendment is just to make sure that it is solid with our policies. All right. I forgot. Do we have a second for the? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So let's go ahead and vote on the amendment, which is striking the word key and changing the word approvals into recommendations. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. All opposed? Abstentions? Student rep?
Yes.
Thank you. Amendment is approved by a vote of 7-0 with student rep unofficially voting yes. Now we are back on the resolution 7202 as amended. Is there any board discussion on this charter? All right. Let's go ahead and vote on resolution 7202 as amended. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. All opposed? Abstentions? Representative Retorto?
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 7202 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with student rep Retorto unofficially voting yes. Thank you for our bond accountability committee for waiting this long. I've tried to get them to stop talking and just give one sentence or two, but no, just kidding. I'm not blaming you. It's totally my fault. Next up, we have the bond accountability report, also known as a BAC. The BAC is composed of a board of appointed community members whose charge is to monitor the planning and progress of the bond programs relative to voter-approved work. So thank you for all that you do. And also the scope, schedule, and budget objectives. This year we have asked that quarterly updates from the bond accountability be provided to the full board at regular board meetings. Presenting tonight's report is, tell me if I pronounce your name wrong, Cara Turano, chair of the Bond Accountability Committee. You may go ahead and, yeah, I hand it off to you.
I was going to do a quick introduction of Cara.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Sarah Norman, Interim Director, Senior Director of School of Modernizations. It is my pleasure to introduce to you at this time Cara Turano, who is the current chair of the Board Accountability Committee and is on her second 4-year term with this committee. We would like to take this moment to thank Cara and the entire Board Accountability Committee for their ongoing and timeless commitment of work and support. Cara will be joining us virtually. Hi, Cara. We see you. to deliver the BAC Quarter 3 report. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, directors. I appreciate you letting me join remotely. I'm calling in from Bend on a business trip. If you're not familiar with our charter, which we are intimately familiar with on the BAC, our charter is to really look at high-level scope, schedule, and spend. And so I'm sure you've read the report. I will just run through it, and then I will highlight a couple of the things that we've pulled out. And to be totally candid, our quarterly meeting was in July, and we are literally having one in 2 weeks. So I feel like the facilities committee has probably presented some updates that are a little more recent and relevant. And so I will probably skip a little bit of what's in our report because I don't know that it is as important as it was when we submitted this back in July. So our report literally aligns exactly with the charter. So we are asked to review whether the revenues are being spent for the purpose of which the bond has approved. And as of our July 2025 meeting, we agreed that the school district is spending the revenues as they were stated in the purpose of the bonds. We are asked to determine whether the bond budget is sufficient to complete the scope of the work. And as of July, the information that was provided, 2012 bond will have sufficient fund to complete the scope of work with 99.9% spent. And as a second term BAC committee member, we are really ready for 2012 to be put to rest as we are now looking at 4 bonds. So we're hoping that can be finished this year. We'll be a little under budget, and those remaining bond funds will be in service of completion at grant projects, which are in response to lessons learned from that 2012 bond. So 2017, that bond program also has sufficient funding to complete the scope of work. There is some contingency in there built around the Benson Projects team claim with CMGC contractor. I know we've all seen some of that in the Oregonian, and so the finalized budget will not be out of the risk categorization until the terms of that settlement come out. Specifically under health and safety, we do like to point out that all of the scope was allocated appropriately and that we were appraised in January, that 10 million of the 2017 bond are committed to facilities projects that will improve thermal comfort as agreed in the contract negotiations with the Portland Teachers Association. So that is $10 million higher than originally allocated, but I'm fairly certain there was a resolution to address that. And then the 2020 bond measure is projecting sufficient funds to complete nearly all of the scope of work, but we do like to point out that Jefferson will only be able to be constructed and complete because of the passage of the 2025 bond measure. And if we are being totally candid, the same is technically true of 2017 because Benson would not have been able to be completed without the 2020 bond. We have seen the modernization cost reduction updates from Jefferson Wells and Cleveland. It looks like that's the $36 to $45 million across all 3 projects. It sounds like from the facilities committee meeting, there are still some conversations around that. And so when it comes to the scope of the work, at this point, 2012, 17, and 20, we are confident that the work will be completed within the scope outside of that Jefferson highlight. And then lastly, whether the projects can be completed within the scope of work specified. It appears that the school district is proceeding with work that meets the intent of the scope specified in the voter approved bonds. 2025 bond projects are defined with scope and budgets within program parameters, prioritizing, wow, that is a lot of P words. The program parameters prioritizing seismic improvement projects, which was touched upon earlier from the facilities committee meeting. Those KPIs will provide accountability and transparency, which we know is important to the community, with twice monthly reports to the facilities committee and quarterly reports to the BAC, which we are not currently getting, as well as the 2025 seismic improvements website. And then in terms of schedule, In the meeting in July, we reviewed 2017 and 2020 modernization, and it appears that the design projects for Jeff, Cleveland, and Wells are complete and within scheduled parameters. One thing that we do like to flag is that the sequencing of 3 major high school modernization projects simultaneously totaling $1.5 billion seems like a risky scenario. And then we received copies of the annual audit performance in that meeting, and the bond reviews appear to be in compliance with state law and ballot measure language. And then the one thing that we wanted to flag is in regards to the audit recommendations, understaffing in the role of the business operations capacity affects the ability to actually enact the year 6 audit recommendations. And we know that that is outside potentially OSM's ability to change anything given budgetary constraints. And so as of July, that is the approved BAC committee report. We look at business equity and the cumulative workforce equity. They are trending in line where they have been in the past. The biggest challenge remaining female workforce participation. However, our numbers don't appear in real time, so we're always kind of a lagging indicator versus a leading one. And then lastly, just our couple of general comments. There was a gap between the 2020 bond and the 2025 bond that caused a pause in the ERP implementation from the technology work. We understand that that is a costly project, and we would like to see similarly sized school districts' scopes of work to understand if and how the budget that is in the 2025 bond of $62 million aligns with the costs that other schools have seen, other districts. And not that I don't love being the chairperson, but we have to appoint a new one because my tenure is up, and we are actually have that on our agenda for the 29th of October to discuss. You all updated us on the Center for Black Student Excellence, which we have also been tracking of not being delivered, but we know that that is moving forward. One reminder is that the bond is only for capitalizable expenditures towards the center, and so does not address, and the BAC does not look at anything that would be programmatic moving forward. And then this is something that several of the BAC members have been very adamant about, that their opinion as experts, our opinion as experts in this field, is that we are building very large high schools without the student body to justify it, particularly when you look at the costs. And so unless there's something that we are not aware of, the declining enrollment and decreasing birth rates in our community make this a little bit more pronounced given the project budget issues, and knowing that a project that is projected at $465 million today might look much different 2 years from now as we look more towards completion. So with that, we are very supportive of the work that OSM is doing. We know there's been a lot of transition, and we've been really appreciative over the last 4 weeks of how the district has engaged and brought us to the table, including reviewing our meeting cadence so that we are a little more up to date when we come and present to you all as a board on a quarterly basis.
Great, thank you. Really appreciate the report, and it was actually a fun read, so thank you.
Thank you. I write that. That makes me feel good.
Yeah.
You know, can I just say too, I want to thank you for flagging the 10 million that was agreed to in the contract negotiations with PAT. We had a agenda setting meeting for the next facilities meeting today, and it's just a great reminder to go ahead and we're talking a lot about HVAC and thermal comfort. I like that terminology. So we'll ask for more specifics about where we are at with that, as well as the PCEF funds that were committed as well. I think it's a great topic for next month. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I had a question. You mentioned the technology part, and I wasn't quite clear what you thought we should do. We should look at comparisons?
Yeah, so the way I understand it is that the technology that the district is currently running is basically at its end of life, and that is risky for a variety of reasons. And so to do the implementation that's being suggested is quite expensive. However, comparatively, it would be expensive for anyone to do. And so the BAC would love to see a district that is similar in size and having gone through a similar technology upgrade to understand if we're scoping it correctly.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick comment just about the building of 3 high schools at one time and the risk of, you're looking at the data, the population projections, and it would be very easy to, say, let's don't build Jefferson. We've got members of Cleveland High School here in the audience, and Ida B. Wells communities are also watching, and we want to do all 3 of them. And I think back to, why would we do that? Well, 100 years ago when our buildings were being built, our leaders at the time, when we had a third of the population in Portland, built these schools knowing that there would be population. I think that, and population does dip, and there are rises and falls. And they're not in the 5-year projections that the demographics researchers predict for us. So I think, let's build for the future. We have to build schools that are 100 years, will last 100 years, with the same faith that our leaders had 100 years ago when they were building so many schools for not a very big population. The population in Portland was under 200,000 for a long time.
I will point this out in the meeting minutes to the rest of the BAC.
Yeah, I think just to add to that as well, I mean, back in January when the bond we're still campaigning for the bond, we did an exercise of reducing the cost or reducing the size a little bit, and it didn't really produce as big of a cost savings as anyone was hoping for because of 2 things. One, it having to go back and plan for it or redo the design work and everything like that cost money, and then the delays that it caused as well meant that because of inflation and rising costs of materials, those costs, most of that was eaten up. So I think. And the other thing I also want to add and also really stress over and over and over again is that I know we're building these schools to 1,700, but 1,700 is not actually what is educationally the best max. It should be at 85% should be the max. Anyone who's ever taught in a school, having too much space is almost never a problem, but having too little space is an educational detriment. And at 85%, that puts our schools at I think 1,500 or 1,500 students-ish, and that is uncomfortably full. So, and now that I think there's also some unfairness for some schools having to come last, right? In a perfect world, we would do all of them at the same time and then decide which ones should be smaller. But just because Cleveland and Wells and Jefferson came last doesn't necessarily mean they were the ones that should be targeted to be size reduced. And I think that is kind of a fairness question as well. And so I thank you for sharing that, and I do appreciate the concerns, and they're very real, so thank you.
You're welcome. I really just think it's a concern of cost and scope, and I think that the BAC sits there and thinks, to your point about inflation, and it is, I think, hard to think future when we just see the cost escalating bigger and bigger, and read that we are going to have the most expensive high schools in the country. And that is one other thing I want to add. I think, again, I will reiterate, we've seen a lot more engagement from the district in the last 6 weeks, but it is uncomfortable to be a BAC member and see the majority of these stories coming out in Willamette Week and the Oregonian. And, I serve as a private citizen, and so getting phone calls from the Oregonian at my place of work is not exactly ideal about a volunteer position. And so I think just some of the transparency that can be shared with the BAC, even if we only meet quarterly, is just really helpful.
Yeah, that's great. I'm really glad that you're sharing that candidly. I just really quickly wanted to make sure that, because Kara and I haven't had a chance to meet, I couldn't come to the first meeting after I became the liaison, and we're meeting next week on the 22nd. I'll look forward to seeing you there. Would love to get together otherwise too. But one thing I'm really committed to and have been talking about since we were talking a ton about the bond for the entire spring, every possible minute that we could spend talking about it, we were. And I talked about my commitment to making sure that the BAC and the expertise on that, members of the public that are willing to give their time and expertise, that we really lean into that and bring that expertise to both the facilities committee, the board as a whole, to our team at OSM. So I just really want to thank you for your service and just once again publicly affirm my commitment to make sure that that relationship is deeper and stronger going forward as we tackle, frankly, our biggest lift yet.
Thank you.
Hi. I have 3 quick comments. The first being, I had flagged this $10 million from the 2017 bond, and I'm grateful to hear Director LaForde is going to bring this up in FIO, because I know a lot of our community members are wondering how many closures are we going to have with school classrooms that are too hot before we actually get the appropriate equipment in there. And 2017 is a long time ago, and that is a lot of days lost for our students. So I'm grateful to hear that there will be a plan, or at least a conversation. Second, I want to start out with a positive. I want to say thank you so much for, I put a star circled, 3 exclamation points. Thank you for, in conclusion, commending PPS with what they've accomplished, as the number of projects is numerous and are complex. And I love that that is where your conclusion is, because it is, we are tackling a lot and the district is taking on a lot. And I'm grateful to see that we sort of end it with this positive note. I do want to highlight as the third thing, I am disappointed that it looks like for the second report in a row that the cumulative workforce equity for female workforce participation looks like it remained the same from the previous report at 6% when the goal is 14%. And I just want to say, come on, women, I know you can do this. We are badass. We can do just about anything. So I want to see that go up. And so I guess I would say, let's see that go up, because there are a lot of women in the trades who, let's just see that go up. Thank you.
I can add to that positive note. I think at Benson, because they apprenticed a lot of students, it was the highest female workforce of any project that we saw across PPS. So there are some bright spots in there.
Nice, thank you. Oh, I'm still on.
I just wanted to say quickly, as a student at Roosevelt, where we are a bit overcrowded for reasons that are not relevant, but as my other members have said, there is it is kind of a much bigger problem when our schools are too small. We've had to add on to Roosevelt, and there was a consideration for even another addition after that, which I don't know where that's at. I don't think that that's going forward after the right siding. Yeah. But I would definitely much rather our schools be too big, and then it's like, well, we always have that cushion, in case our population skyrockets out of nowhere, which is unlikely, but it's a good thing to have some wiggle room there. So
I will bring it back to the BAC in 2 weeks that you all are adamant on this point.
Thank you.
I'm just the messenger.
But you did wonderful work, and I want to really appreciate the really great report. I'm looking forward to making sure we see this through and making sure that we take these recommendations to heart and right, and hopefully even carry it through in the audit committee. Yeah. Right. So that any last questions before we move on? Do you want to close this out, or?
Oh, thank you so much, Kara. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate your report and the continued collaboration, and really looking forward to our meeting next week and getting to work. So thank you.
Thank y'all.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have what all of you are waiting for. Jefferson Revised Comprehensive Plan. Our next item tonight is to actually vote on the revised Jefferson Comprehensive Master Plan. Superintendent Armstrong, before we get to a brief overview of the plan, which was already reviewed and recommended to move forward to the full board for consideration by the Facilities Improvement and Oversight Committee, would you like to say some stuff about it?
Yeah, absolutely. Just a couple of key points. As we know, the modernization of Jefferson High School was approved as a part of the 2020 bond, as referenced. And over the last 3 years, staff and the school board engaged with the community about exploring options including exploring options for keeping students on site during construction and looking at the benefit to new construction versus keeping the building exterior. In 2023, the board approved a revised approach. Students remain on campus while a new building was being constructed. In 2024, the design team or the design work was paused in order to explore ways to develop cost reduction strategies. The team's revised design resulted in significant savings. In 2025, voters passed another bond which included the funds needed to complete Jefferson's modernization. So I want to thank the staff for their hard work and just all the things that were needed to keep the project moving forward. And I know that it will result in a newly designed, wonderful Jefferson High School. But at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Interim Senior Director Sarah Norman to introduce the team and start the presentation. Thank you.
Yes, good evening. We are excited to bring the comprehensive plans for both Jefferson and Cleveland High Schools to the board for approval. Stephen Efros will be presenting for Jefferson and Eric Girding will be presenting for Cleveland. Both of these individuals and their teams have worked tirelessly for years to bring these modernizations to fruition for the students and communities upon which they will serve. And so without further, Steve.
Thank you, Sarah. Sorry. And thank you, board directors, superintendent. Again, my name is Steve Efros, senior project manager on the Jefferson project. Very quickly, before you move forward, I'll just quickly say that we're going to look at a plan overview, EdSpec comparison, a current project schedule, and then an updated budget summary. So yeah, starting with the current plan overview. So as you can see here, and I'm sure everyone is quite familiar now with the Jefferson project, much of the site has actually stayed the same since before the cost reduction study. We have the building design updated to meet the board's cost reduction study framework, but the general orientation of the site with a building on the north or the right side of the site on Killingsworth, we have the North Portland Library at the northeast corner. We have a cross-block connection, which is similar to the one at Lincoln High School, connecting commercial on the bottom and Kirby at the top. And then we have athletics fields south of that, including track and field, tennis courts, baseball, soccer field, and softball field south of Alberta. So essentially, the primary change has been the building footprint itself. So the cross-block connection, which is just to the left of the building, between the building and the fields, has adjusted to this new shape. And there's a new plaza area where the Teen Parent Center used to be. Go to the next slide. So this is an overview of the cost reduction study and really the changes that occurred based on that the work that we did. So the cost reduction study, the board's framework included adjustment of the building area to the EdSpec required 295,000 square feet. However, the major organization of the building into the academic, arts, and athletic massing has stayed the same. So you can kind of see the comparison from the previous design. So those major elements are in the same general orientation. But the updated design achieved the goals of the board's framework through several major moves. First, there was the relocation of the Teen Parent Center from being a standalone building, and you can kind of see that separate white building there, into the main building. Then, with the reduced footprint of the theater, it allowed more program to wrap around that space. So you can kind of see how it was a more dominant piece in the previous design, and now with the reduced footprint, we had more area around that. And then finally, the area adjustment allowed the main gym in yellow to move to the ground floor from being on the second floor before, which was also a significant improvement in terms of the overall orientation of the ground floor. Go to the next slide. So here I'll just provide a very basic overview of the floor plan. We have the entry on Kirby. Oh, thank you for adding those entries. That's awesome. Into the commons at the center of the academic wing. We have the administrative bar in pink next to the entry. We have the Teen Parent Center at the bottom next to the cross block. And then right sort of at the center are the Servian Commons. Then moving up into the green, into the arts wing, we have the theater at the center, the choir and band on the west side, and construction CTE on the east, and the media center running along Killingsworth on the upper end. And then finally, with the athletics wing in yellow, we have the entry off the cross block with the main gym along Commercial and supporting spaces around it. So you can see that new kind of orientation of the gym on the main floor, the main gym. Go to the next slide. So here you'll see the second floor on the left. We have the main common stair up to the second floor with Jefferson partner spaces that overlook the commons, including the SEI program, and you can see all those spaces in pink there at the center. And the rest of the wing includes primarily general education classes in blue. And then in the arts wing, we have primarily CTE and visual arts around the theater facing Kirby and Killingsworth, and the two Jefferson Dancers studios facing Killingsworth and the North Portland Library. And then finally, the athletics wing we have on the second floor includes the auxiliary gym and the weight room. And then finally, the third and fourth floors on the right include primarily academic bars with general ed and science classrooms in blue. And then at the center of the two bars is a student flex space. It's at a very central location in the academic wing. Go to the next slide. Thank you. So this slide is an overview of the comprehensive education specifications and really how the current design compares to the prior design. So on the left, you can see in red, yellow, and blue are the EdSpec minimum, then the prior design from when we reached 50% design development in the prior version of the project, and then finally the current 2025 comprehensive plan. And then on the right, you'll see how each of those colors is represented in different program areas. And you can see that some areas are lower and some are higher, and that's really just based on a particular high school program's focus area. And so obviously everyone's aware of Jefferson's really critical fine and performing arts program, and so that's why you'll see that it has pushed above the typical comprehensive plan. And then we compensate through use of elective spaces in the general ed category. Go to the next slide. So this is an overview of the overall project schedule. And you can see, obviously, the cost reduction study at the top was completed in the spring, and we began the redesign, and that effort actually continues into the fall of 2026. Next, you'll see land use and permitting, and actually we just submitted our Type 3 conditional use permit last week, which was a major milestone. Really excited about that. And that overall effort with both land use and permitting will continue into 2027. And additionally, we have now the Colas Hoffman contractor team on board, and we're beginning to finalize the schedule, so we'll have more fine-tuned information going forward. So now with students staying on site during construction, we've actually created a separate early fields package that allows us to start construction in the late spring and complete these fields so that they can be used before the start of building construction. So that will allow a lot of the practice, athletic practice, to occur as the students are on site. Building construction begins in 2027 and is complete by the summer of 2029, with students moving in for the fall semester. And then final building demolition and site work continues into the fall of 2030. Go to the next slide. So finally, this is an updated budget summary. And again, Dr. Armstrong described kind of the different phases of work in 2022 and 2023. But I'll just highlight the changes that occurred, particularly since 2023. So first we had the reduction of the hard construction cost to $357 million. We actually added an allowance for potential offsite improvements of $2 million. And then below that kind of hard cost line, we have soft costs, including increased design costs because obviously we began over with some of the design efforts. We have a slight increase in what's called fixtures, furniture, and equipment, just to account for escalation. Then there's a category that's called move, swing space, and temporary facilities. And this is a general category for all projects. But for Jefferson, it's really just looking at an increase that we saw to account for transportation costs of students to off-site athletic facilities. And then finally, we have a project contingency of 10%. So all of that yields a total project budget of $466 million, and that provides just under $25 million of savings since the 2023 design. Go to the next slide. So these next steps are actually slightly out of date based on when we put this together. But yeah, so we've actually almost completed the schematic design phase approval. So we've completed the document review, page turn review with all of our district stakeholders, estimating process by RLB, which is the design team's estimating consultant. And now with the new CMGC on board, they've actually also wrapped up their estimating process. And so we're happy to say that actually the reconciled estimates between RLB and Colas Hoffman has come in under 3%, which is a really good bar. It allows us to proceed pretty confidently into design development. And so we're continuing to work with them on construction logistics, phasing, and schedule workshops going forward. Community engagement is also slightly out of date. We've had all of our back to school nights, we're fantastic. We have then tomorrow evening, we have our next community information session at Jefferson. So we'll be able to provide an update based on where we are with the design. So yeah, that was our next steps. But yeah, please, if there are any questions, more than happy to answer.
I'm curious about the athletic fields that are going to be done first.
Yes.
Which sports will that impact, and like what can we share with the community in terms of highlighting that as a draw for students?
Yeah, so yeah, that's great. Thank you. So those kind of gray fields on the left, the one that's closest to the track and field north of Alberta it's currently, and it will continue to be, the baseball field, but it also will accommodate soccer. We also think of these fields as multi-use because we know that they'll be needed in a flexible way over the next, the coming years before the final track and field are installed. But that's essentially that field north of Alberta, and then south of Alberta is softball, but can also be used as practice fields. Yeah, you're welcome.
I just had a couple of comments. One, for the Teen Parent Center, would flag that in FIO. The number of students that would utilize it was very few, but it sounded like the space can be repurposed or used for other needs if necessary, that it was flexible. And that the auditorium, which I believe is the capacity is 750, is that right?
Yeah, between 720 and 750.
That is significant, just from spending a lot of time in the other high schools. The auditoriums are smaller and they are always packed. We have to do like 2 weeks of performances, or things sell out, and parents and families can't even see their own kids. So I just feel like that was a really smart upgrade, and just wanted to call that out. And yeah, that's it. Excited to vote tonight.
I have 6 questions. The first is a comment. I love that you called out the session tomorrow, but I have seen from the PPS website, and I just want to make sure the dates are out there so that everyone knows that there's an engagement series happening at lots of the middle schools to get communities involved. And so it's important for me to say the dates. So I'll say that out loud. 5:30 to 6, dinner is served. 6 to 7:30, the engagement events happen. October 20th, Monday, Ockley Green. October 23rd, Harriet Tubman. October 27 at Fabian. October 29, Vernon, and November 5th, a virtual one. So that's my first thing. Second, my question is, I couldn't tell from the materials, and I'm new to this. Will Jefferson be a comprehensive high school in the exact same way that every other high school is by the time the students are going in there?
Yes, I mean, I think there's some nuance to it. Absolutely, in terms of overall program, it will accommodate all of the standard comprehensive high school program. I think it will. I imagine as Principal Shelton is, working on kind of the future growth of the school. They'll also consider that there are a couple of kind of unique programs in terms of the middle college program that has a relationship with PCC. There's obviously the Jefferson Dancers and kind of the growing performing arts program as well. So I think that will probably be all in the mix in terms of.
So yes, I think that's the answer.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think it has to be.
Number 3, I noticed in here that to cut costs, students are sharing lockers. Do they share them at other high schools, or is that going to be just Jefferson?
No, I think we're following the
know.
same
Okay.
model of all 3 high schools and recent high schools.
Can I
We're
comment
following
on
the
that?
educational specification
Okay.
on number of lockers in high schools.
I will say, for what it's worth, I don't know any kid who uses their locker in high school. They
Yes,
carry
it's
their
a-
backpacks. Like mine doesn't even know where his is.
It's also an
so for what it's
operational-
worth.
Okay, almost done.
Following ed
Thank
spec.
you.
Yep.
A couple more. I appreciate the note in here about hopefully having baseball and softball in there. Yay! I don't want to see traditionally women's sports sidelined. So I love that we're trying to get both of them in there. I think it's really important. Girls and women cut out of sports way too early. We know this, so we should not be dropping anything. I have a question about, will this program, and I'm going to ask you, Eric, later too, and feel free to nod now, will it be a full electrification, which has been the board resolution still?
Yes,
Yes,
full
I see
all
nods from
electric
Eric too.
building. Yeah.
And then my last one, I'm almost done, thank you for that, is I notice in the partner and community uses, I have 3 sort of questions. One, is there a laundry space in there for students to use in the event that they don't have that at home available to them? Has that been?
Yeah, there are actually multiple laundries in the building. Some of them are
Perfect.
athletic related, some of them are program related. So I can't remember the exact ones, but we can
But
get
they're
you
in there.
that information. Yeah.
Thank you. Second, I wonder whether I noticed in here some, I just wonder whether there's an option in there has been thought about using some of the spaces in all of the high schools, but since we're talking about Jefferson now, to host DHS supervised visits in the event that there are teen parents who are separated from their children through the DHS system. Oftentimes the DHS caseworkers are searching for spots that are safe for supervised visits to reunify teen parents or parents with their children. So if that has not been talked about, I would love to see that talked about. And then finally, I am disappointed to see that the breastfeeding spot is on the maybe column. We know that Black mothers traditionally breastfeed less, and we're investigating that. We're trying to figure out why, and if they want to, we should be supporting that. And so I would strongly advocate for an open communication that breastfeeding is fine, bottle feeding is fine, formula is great, whatever you want to do, but to put something in the maybe just puts an unnecessary obstacle in there for teen parents who are probably already, I mean, my head was spinning when I started parenting, so that's my last comment. Thank you.
No, thank you.
I had another question about not going off-site. I've had questions from the community actually about why we're not moving students off-site, why we're not utilizing Benson for that, why are we not utilizing Kenton for that, and whether it would save time and money if we did that. Can you address that?
Yes. So that was actually. Or yeah, okay.
I can take this one. Actually, that was an option offered to the community quite a few times, and the tough answer is yes, it could save time. Yes, it could potentially save money, but it was a resounding no. We do not want to relocate our students during this modernization, and so we took that to heart. We're serving this community and these students, and that is kind of the decision that we're moving forward with.
Can I add to that? That was a long conversation. It was all over the internet, Instagram. It's a vulnerable community as it is. And the Marshall campus is, I think, 11.2 miles away. And that's a long way for a high schooler to go outside of their community. And we felt like, well, first of all, the community wasn't having it. They wanted their kids to stay on site, knowing their own community. I advocated with them to keep the kids on site, knowing that it was not going to be helpful to the schedule, but it's a demonstration of our love for that community, our taking their input to heart.
I'm glad we're taking the community's input to heart. And I recognize the issues with Marshall, but I've heard people offer sites that are closer, so
right.
Curious about that.
Benson was offered, I think, or thought about.
Yeah, and I just wanted to remind the board that at some point in the next several weeks, we'll be getting a report from Presidio remember, the firm that I engaged to look at cost saving and things that could potentially speed up the timeline. And so we'll be anticipating that report to arrive in a few short weeks. And we can probably go a little bit further into what are some different things that you all would want to consider. And if nothing, that's fine. But that deliverable is expected soon.
Yeah, I had another a question about the fields. So while it's being built, the fields will be available. So after it's built, then they'll be tearing down the old school, right?
Yes.
And then it will be all new fields?
Yeah, so the two early fields are kind of there on the left, the baseball and softball fields. So those are available while they're in the building during construction.
Mhm.
But yes, the building is on the footprint of the future
The new
track
football.
and field. Yeah.
Yeah, the new football and track and field is where the existing Jefferson High School sits. So for those sports, those will have to relocate during the time of the construction of those fields.
Where are they going to go? Do you know?
We're working with athletics on that.
Oh, I think I know.
Okay.
I'm really looking forward to the juxtaposition of this like super modern building fronted on Killingsworth, which would have been my first choice if anybody would have asked me to put the new building there, because it was about $30 million cheaper. But it's going to be a really nice juxtaposition with that historic library right next door. I think it'll be a really nice streetscape.
Yeah.
Nice feature.
For the sake of time, we need to move on. And also, yeah, I know, but we also had this long presentation during the facilities meeting as well. So I think there will be multiple times to ask these questions. The only comment I have is that I'm happy that the science space is slightly above ed spec.
Great, yeah.
All right. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7187, resolution authorizing amending the Jefferson High School Modernization Comprehensive Plan?
We need to be very slow in making our motions and our seconds so that somebody could come back, unless we can give them the ability to vote when they come back.
Do I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Thank you. Director DePass moves. We can have a discussion after, because we
Okay,
usually have a
let's second
discussion.
it. I'll second
Thank
it.
you. Director Split seconds. Is there a board discussion?
I think it's really good.
Thank you. It is really
very
cool.
excited to vote yes
I like
in
it a
about
lot.
5 seconds.
Ms. Bradshaw, is there any
Waiting for you.
public comment?
No.
Well, there goes that point. Oh, okay, we're all good. All right, the board will now vote on Resolution 7187, resolution authorizing amending the Jefferson High School Modernization Comprehensive Plan. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Woohoo.
Opposed? Abstentions? Student Representative Retorto?
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 7187 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Retorto voting yes. Thank you. Next up, we have Cleveland Comprehensive Master Plan. This plan was also reviewed in the Facilities Improvement and Oversight Committee. So there's always that video if you want to go back and watch that to answer some of your questions. Dr. Armstrong, could you go ahead and take this away?
Before we start, I must excuse myself. It's getting a little bit late, and my arm is really hurting for some reason, so I will have to leave for the remainder of this meeting, but I trust you all. So, great. Also, I support the stipend.
Good night, Ian.
Thank you. So I'd also like to acknowledge our staff who leaned into going back to the planning and looking hard for ways to reduce costs while still maintaining the integrity of the plan that fits the needs of the community. And I just want to reiterate how excited I am to move ahead and am looking forward to groundbreaking this summer. We know that it's a pretty aggressive timeline to consider construction of 3 high schools all at the same time, and we believe that we can do it, and I'm so looking forward to breaking ground. So I will pass it back to Sarah Norman to introduce and launch.
Yeah. And I'm going to pass it to Eric Girding, who is going to tell us all about Cleveland High School and the comprehensive plan that you all have seen previously, but here we are to get your approval to move forward. Thanks, Eric.
Great. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Superintendent and School Board Directors. My name is Eric Girding, Senior Project Manager with the Office of School Modernization and head of the Cleveland management team with OSM. We can start by looking at the site for Cleveland High School. As you all probably know, it occupies 3 distinct properties. The main site is between 26th and 28th Avenue with a parking lot across the street, across 26, and 4 blocks away is the Cleveland Stadium track and field site. On the south side of campus, we have Powell Boulevard, which is also a state highway, Highway 26. And then actually southwest across Powell, kind of kitty corner to the main campus is Powell Park, where currently Cleveland athletic programs use the existing grass and dirt fields when they are playable. The main campus is the smallest campus of all of our comprehensive high schools of PPS. This view is kind of rotating 180 degrees from the previous image. We're looking now towards the southwest. You can see the main campus buildings occupy the vast majority of the space, leaving very little outdoor area for students and staff. The small site also presents unique challenges for construction logistics, very similar to complexities of downtown construction. These challenges bring additional costs to the project that we've not seen on previous modernizations. The modernized Cleveland High School design, which you can see to the right, is comprised primarily of 2 primary structures, a north building and a south building, with a sort of connector structure connecting the 2 buildings together. This concept was overwhelmingly supported as it provides a large secured courtyard extending through the site from east to west. And this courtyard is just over 40,000 square feet, so almost an acre of outdoor space for students and staff and the school community for a variety of activities that have never been possible before on the Cleveland campus. The north building is primarily a mass timber structure with steel and concrete elements, and the south building is an all steel and concrete structure. The first level on the left of the slide shows, well, it's off to the left would be the parking lot, so we're showing 2 secondary entrances. On the north building is an entrance to the health center and teen parent center. The south building shows the athletic facilities in orange and the secondary entrance to the gym and those facilities. And you'll see kind of a sort of a gray area around kind of the right of that floor plan. That indicates part of the lower level that actually extends into below grade underground. We have an 18-foot grade change from the east side of the site down to the west, so part of our level 1 goes underground, and then going up to level 2, we have the primary entrance has been moved to 28th Avenue. That's moving off of 26th Avenue, which is a busy arterial street, and 28th has an existing bicycle greenway, and so we're providing more sort of calm and more residential type situation for the entry of the building. The main entry on level 2 falls through the student commons and servery. And then we also have a secondary entrance to the south building on 28th Avenue, which goes to the performing arts facilities, which are shown in purple. Also to just the left of the performing arts spaces on that second level, you'll see kind of a ring around what is the gymnasium area. That is on the second level. We're showing an elevated running track. This is provided in the ed specs as an alternate to the project, so it's currently an additive alternate. We will be doing more cost estimating at the end of our design development phase to make a decision if this can stay in the project. It's really an important element of the fitness center of the Cleveland design, specifically because we are 4 blocks away from our track and field. So we really want to try to make sure we're providing as much of the athletic facility as possible. So the cost of that elevated running track is approximately $1.6 million. So that's not sort of an easy thing to decide on. So we're really working hard to kind of keep our design and our costs down so that can come into the project, and we can report back on that later. Next, please. So then the upper two levels, the third and fourth levels, are very similar on the north building to the south building. The north building is primarily general classrooms, and on the third level in green you can see where the library is located with views down to the courtyard. The south building has some of our larger classrooms for CTE and science programs. So out at our stadium site, we are planning to make improvements there, including expanding the grandstands and with increased capacity and additional restrooms, a new field house with team rooms, and a multi-purpose space for batting for softball and baseball. Also a new practice field in the northwest corner of the site to provide additional sports facilities. And then we also have an alternate storage building that's located up next to that practice field. That's another alternate we're hoping to get into the project. If we're able to do that, then we can provide one more team room on the stadium site, which again is in response to the fact that we are 4 blocks away from the main school. We can't utilize spaces in the main building for field athletics. We're also showing a diagram of the Powell Park improvements that we're starting on. So this is in partnership with Portland Parks to improve the existing fields there. There's a multi-purpose field for baseball, soccer, and lacrosse, and then also a standalone softball field is planned for that site. So here we're looking at an area program comparison. This is looking at a bar in gray, which represents the education specifications. The red bar represents Lincoln High School, which was an example that the board used as part of the framework for right-sizing our new comprehensive high schools. And then the green bar shows the Cleveland program. As you can see, there are some slight differences between the different program areas, but there's overall parity with our comprehensive high school program, and then slight adjustments are made to accommodate specific programs at Cleveland. So with our schedule, we are currently in design development. We'll be starting construction documents in January. We're also submitting our land use application this month and getting our next design development documents issued by the design team also at the end of this month. Our schedule has us starting construction this coming summer at the end of this school year in June of 2026. So we'll be moving the Cleveland program over to the Marshall campus to relocate there for 3 school years during the construction duration. So we start with demo and abatement of the existing building and then building the new structure over that next, say, 2.5 years. But we are scheduled to complete the stadium improvements in 2028 to provide that for use of the Cleveland community a year before the main building is complete. We're also tracking the work at Powell Park to align with that completion date in 2028. We're just in the early planning stages of that, so that's subject to change, and we can come report back to that later. And then we have the main building, of course, completing in 2029. So with our updated project budget, we're showing the comprehensive plan original budget that was approved last year, and then our revised budget based on our cost reduction study efforts over the last year. We had approximately just over $13 million savings of hard costs of the building construction cost. Some of that was offset though by additional design fees and also increasing our budget for fixtures, equipment, and furniture, similar to the Jefferson project, just to accommodate market escalation. And we've also increased our budget for work over at the Marshall campus, understanding just there's additional improvements that we're making over there, including resurfacing the running track, which is in great need, and that will be done before the Cleveland program moves in next year. So overall, our savings below the previously approved budget is just around $11 million. And also, we're noting the $15 million allowance that was provided in the 2025 bond for the athletic improvements at Powell Park. There's also a note that says and/or Hosford Middle School. We do have a plan that could allow a softball field to be built at Hosford. We can't fit anything more at Hosford. That's more kind of a backup plan or an alternate plan if we're not able to do the improvements at Powell Park that we aim to do. But our focus is on Powell Park and keeping the baseball and softball programs together in one location. So our next steps, as I mentioned, we're getting our design development documents here in about 10 days on the 24th, and the design team and our CMGC contractor will be conducting a new estimate and price checking on where we are with the design and the changes we've made. Our contractor is also hiring trade partners for mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and framing. We're also going out for a structural steel trade partner this next month. And then we'll continue our community engagement with our design advisory group, our next meeting on November 5th. And then we're starting to go out to the middle schools to talk to parents and students, families out there about the move to Marshall and what things might be looking like for their kids as they move into the Cleveland program. So we'll be at Selwood Middle School PTA this week, and then we're looking to go to Hosford and also reaching out to Winter Haven and other schools as well. That concludes my presentation.
Back to you, Dr. Armstrong.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and that was comprehensive. Thank you. So, team, what questions do you have?
I had one. I understood from previous conversations that steel and concrete were hard to do on that site, but it sounds like one building, you're going to do it.
We are. I think what you're referring to is when we were talking about cost reduction options before, we were looking at concrete tilt-up structure as an option, because that is a faster method of construction and can save time and money. We study that, but really the site is so constricted, and the constraints we have on our area of construction logistics, that method of construction was just not feasible with the space we have. But the actual steel frame and concrete structure is very feasible.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Do I have a motion?
I have some
We'll have
questions,
board
sorry.
discussion right after too.
Oh.
We'll just put it on the table first. Do I have a motion and second to adopt resolution 7188, resolution authorizing amending the Cleveland High School Modernization Comprehensive Plan?
I'm going to first that.
I'll second it.
Yes, we have public comment. Yeah. So that comes after board discussion. Sorry, who? All right. Thank you. Sorry, yeah, I'm having a mental fire right now. Director Engelsman moves and Director LaForte seconds. Is there any board discussion?
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at Director Sullivan. I'm not sure if you were going to go. I had
Oh,
some.
no.
I have some comments and questions. So I guess first, I just want to say to the community who's going to end up at Cleveland, if you were or are as confused as I was for the longest of times, and I've known for 11 years that my kids are going to go to Cleveland, and for about 10 of those years, I had no idea how to get involved and how to understand what was going on there. And I've sort of fully absorbed myself over the last few months to figure it out, and I have learned a lot, and thank you to the design team and everybody who's out there doing it. If you are interested, if you're listening to me right now, the November 5th, which thank you for saying that because I still had the October 30th, November 5th design group meeting at Malum.
Malum,
thank you,
Architects, yeah.
which is at 1380 Southeast 9th from 6 to 8 p.m. would be an amazing opportunity for you to go and see the design and ask questions and leave comments and get involved and know what's coming. Because if your kids are in 5th or 6th grade, they're going to, 7th grade, they're going to get to go to this beautiful new school. And so feel confident showing up and going there, because I have so much knowledge now that I was really overwhelmed with trying to get until recently. Then I understand there's an open house at 6 p.m. on December 4th. Is that still happening at Cleveland? Someone? I saw that on a PPS thing. So I want to flag that. Like, look on the calendars. I think December 4th at 6 p.m. is an open house at Cleveland for anybody who's going to be ending up going there. Another opportunity to see where we are and where we're going. I want to say I love the idea of an indoor track, to your point, because unlike the other schools, we are blocks, and it's not blocks on a quiet street. It's blocks along Powell for our kids to have to get to if they want to spend some time walking around a track and decompressing or thinking or learning or doing all the things. And for our teachers and our staff who are in the building, the opportunity to just spend 10 minutes walking quickly between what we know to be very tough jobs. So I love that this is being thought about. I know the price is something that is hard to swallow, but for this specific design, I think it's fantastic for the mental and emotional health of our students and our staff who are in the building. And then I think that's it, actually. I'll end on that. That was was quite a letdown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ingelsman. Any other comments, questions? All right, we have public comment. Ms. Bradshaw, who do we have signed up?
Well, actually, I don't have anybody signed up.
We don't.
Well, let me double check. Happy to double check. What is your name?
Elizabeth Super.
Yeah, I do see one Liz Super on the list that I have.
Sorry, I just missed it. We have Liz Super.
Thank you. And you remember the public comment? Right, I don't have to repeat that. Thank you.
I know it's late, and just really want to appreciate and recognize all the hard work from the design team. My name is Elizabeth Super, S-U-P-E-R. I'm a 9th and 11th grader at Cleveland High School, and my kids participate in women's soccer, baseball, softball, and football. I've served on the Cleveland softball and baseball board, Cleveland High School Football Boosters, Cleveland High School Boosters, PTA, and helped form the parent advocacy group, Turf Pal Park. We really cannot wait any longer for Pal Park to be turfed and fenced for Cleveland players to have a safe and equitable place to play and compete. Just to demonstrate, this fall, athletes continue to have space constraints with 2 football teams, 7 soccer teams, and the cross-country team with only 1 turf field at the Cleveland Stadium, 0.3 miles from the school. Repeatedly, the women's Cleveland JV2 soccer team has had to practice in a corner of Woodstock Park. There are no nets for shooting, not enough space to practice drills, and this is after taking a TriMet bus 2.2 miles to get to their practice field. Some days practice is canceled due to lack of field space. Pal Park is where our 6A Cleveland baseball team competes, and here are the updates. As you mentioned, there's a muddy grass field with 2 wooden benches, 2 sets of metal bleachers, and a porta potty that was recently burned. There's no turf, no covered dugout, no pitching warm-up area, no hitting facility, no concessions, no scoreboard, no running water, no electricity, no speaker system, no handicap access. At Woodstock Park, where our Cleveland Warriors 6A softball team practices, worse conditions are there, but with a field full of holes. In addition, Pal Park is not secure or safe. Over the last 2 school years, the Cleveland baseball team has had to cover $1,846 worth of damages to our limited facilities. I'm curious if other PIL baseball teams have had to fundraise just to cover vandalism and theft. Our primitive shed has been broken into 3 times with the locks needing to be replaced, and once was right prior to a game with Grant. The lock was destroyed and our kids could not warm up since the shed was locked with their equipment. Imagine being a PIL player and having such different experiences just based on the public high school you attend. Further, the generator needed for pitching machine was stolen, our infield roller was stolen, and most recently, the hitting nets were destroyed with evidence of knife cuts, purposely cutting large holes in the nets, making this hitting area unusable. This happened in August. So board members and committee, please continue your work with Portland Parks. We really appreciate it. Please continue to work creatively for a lease of Pal Park or a land swap. The plans have already been made and they're budgeted within the modernization. Completion of these improvements would be a huge win for you as a board and your legacy to have all high school kids in Portland with the same opportunities to play. Please don't let this project fall to the back of the line. Cleveland athletics struggle due to a lack of resources that other PIL schools have, but we continue to advocate because we believe in our amazing kids, our dedicated coaches, our talented teachers, and our strong programs. Athletics are not about wins and losses, and we struggle at Cleveland, but providing a space for kids to thrive, belong, and actually be successful at school. So thank you so much, and please heed this update to move to approve the updated Cleveland High School Comprehensive Plan. We really appreciate it.
Great, thank you.
Can I ask a quick question? I'm sorry. It just reminded me of a question, and you may have covered this. For the sequencing of the football field, I had some parents ask about that. Will that be done first so that kids are not having to go back and forth to Marshall for as long? Does that make sense?
Yeah,
during the
yes,
construction?
our schedule has the Cleveland Stadium work being completed in 2028.
Right, there it is. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's
so
first.
to get that done first.
To try and mitigate that.
Awesome. Great.
Great, thank you. All right, the board will now vote on Resolution 7188, resolution authorizing amending the Cleveland High School Modernization Comprehensive Plan. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Resolution 7188 is approved by a vote of 7-0. You did it. Now you can go home and go to bed. Thank you, everyone. There has been a change in the agenda. We are moving item number 14, the state adopted resolution materials until after the Division 22 conversation. So now we are moving on to number 15, the authorization for stipends for current and future board members. So just a quick introduction to this. The item tonight is for a vote on implementing a monthly stipend for our current and future board members. Prior to 2023, our school board members were not allowed in Oregon to receive compensation for serving on the board. However, in 2023 legislative session, in an effort to increase the diversity of school board members that are able to run for a school board and to stay on it, the legislature passed House Bill 2753, which allowed school boards to provide a stipend of up to $500 a month and adjusted for inflation after. Just a couple things to note. Even if this is approved, no school board member has to take the full amount. They can decide to take the maximum allowed or also decline at any time. The statute does not make the board does not make the board member an employee of the district. And at a September work session, we discussed whether to implement this immediately next year as part of the budget process. However, it was agreed that we would implement this immediately. Since none of us can vote to pay for ourselves, this means we have 7 separate resolutions. How awkward. Which would have 6 board members voting to approve the stipend for a non-voting member. In terms of process, I like to suggest that we begin this process with public comment and then board discussion, and then following that we'll move to voting on each resolution separately. Also of note, this is, again, like I said before, this is something that was approved by the state legislature. They fully vetted it. The purpose was to increase accessibility. I think Vice Chair DePass calculated out that at $500 a month, that equates about 7 cents an hour for the amount of work that we're doing.
And that was conservative.
So, yes, what did I say we're going to do? Oh, yeah. Let's begin this process with public comment. Do we have public comment?
No, I think for real this time.
All right. Board discussion.
No, just to say that, as a single parent, I found it challenging at first. to even consider doing this. And I'm happy that there is a small stipend because it may allow for people that have to provide a pizza to their children or a babysitter. It might allow more participation. So I'm all about increasing who can serve. Our board has not traditionally had people that couldn't afford to serve, and I think it's a big step in the right direction.
Yeah, I just want to add to that, like, representation matters. One thing I did learn from CUBE that I didn't share because of time, but I'll share now because who cares about time anymore, right? It's already almost 9. Was that there was some study that showed that boards that had more teachers and former educators on it had better outcomes for teachers and former educators in terms of, like, not just like workplace happiness, but also like pay and all these things. And I know that teachers aren't paid that well, if educators aren't paid that well. And so it has been a financial struggle, I know, for me personally as well. But I think just increasing the accessibility to not just the people who can afford to run is a very important moral decision as well. Anything else?
I just also want to say, I don't know why, whenever the legislators decided that they could get paid and city government could get paid and police officers and teachers and baristas can get paid, but school board members can't get paid, I suspect it had something to do with trying to keep the people on the board looking like and talking like and making decisions like what they wanted to do to keep education maybe limited to some people and not others. We heard Dr. Harriet Adair, thank you, talk about how she was told she couldn't do things and her mom was told she couldn't do things. And so I suspect that wouldn't take much scratching to look at that decision to find it based in race-based decision making and keeping things out, people out. So I also think that there is some weird badge that school board members wear, like we can't get paid. This is not volunteering in our kids' classrooms for an hour a week. This is going on 5 hours that these people have been sitting up here today and doing executive sessions, and I know that everybody is meeting with and talking to and going places and doing everything. And our last board meeting was 7 hours. And so to Director DePass's, Vice Chair DePass's comments on how much this is per hour, it's not about how much it is per hour as much as it is saying your hours are worth something. And if it were an hour a month and it was just volunteering in our kids' classrooms, it would be one thing, but this is so much bigger than that and so much more, not more important, that is very important. It is so important, the work that is being done by all of these board members. And so to any other districts out there thinking about doing this, it feels weird. All of us have felt weird about this, but the legislators have finally recognized that it's an important step in the right direction, and we can take that badge off and we don't have to wear it. We get to say we are now slightly stipend supported, still very volunteer, 7 cents an hour board members. So that's all I have.
It could be that also other districts are waiting for Portland to take a step. So
this question is for Liz. Do we have to formally state a potential conflict before we begin the rounds?
I think in the interest of complying with the Oregon Government Ethics Commission that's requiring 7 votes, I recommend doing that. So it's an actual conflict and it's disclosed, and then announcing recusal as part of each of the motions, I think is the best advice I can give you.
Okay, so how do we go about doing that? Like, what's our script? What do we say?
I'm first, so let's just, I'll be the sample.
Right.
But do I need to give the actual conflict and recuse myself, or does each one of us has to declare an actual conflict?
I think when we get to Zone 1 to start with Resolution 7189, we'll have a motion and a second. I think at that point you can say, I have an actual conflict, I'm recusing myself from this vote. There can be then a vote on that resolution, and we'll do that 7 times. Yeah, thank you.
But not everybody needs to give a conflict of interest on each motion.
No, you only have
Perfect.
one just for your zone.
Perfect.
Right.
Yes, I
and
thought
then
that
the
was
record will
already
reflect
understood, so- okay,
that
great.
only six have voted.
So we have a conflict of interest.
Only for your zone.
Why? I mean, what is our conflict?
Because you have an economic interest in the outcome of the resolution as
Oh,
it confers an economic benefit to that who serves in that zone.
Right. Let's use Director Split as an example.
Well, do we have public comment?
No, there was no
Okay,
public comment.
Great, sounds good. Let's do it.
All right, do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7189, authorizing a stipend to the current and future director from Zone 1?
So moved.
Director DePass moves.
Second.
Who said that? Oh, Director LaForte seconds.
I'd like to serve notice of an actual conflict of interest and recuse myself from this vote.
Great. The board will now vote on Resolution 7189, authorizing a stipend to the current and future director from Zone 1. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. All opposed? Abstentions? Director Split
Yes.
abstains. Thank you.
Abstains? Do I also abstain? So I don't
Recuse.
abstain. Okay.
Okay. So, and I state that too, the vote by, and one abstention, right?
6-0 with Director Split recusing herself from the vote.
Thank you. And not abstain. Thank you. Resolution 7189 is approved by a vote of 6-0 with Director Split abstaining. I also do want to remind everyone that we do have Student Representative Retorto's approval, which I always think it's very important to have the student rep's approval. All right. Next up, we have Resolution 7190. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7190, authorizing a stipend to the current and future director from Zone 2?
I'll second.
Thank you. Director Sullivan moves and Director Engelsman seconds. The board will now, wait.
I just want to declare that I have an actual conflict, and so I'll recuse myself from this vote.
Thank you. The board will now vote on Resolution 7190, authorizing a stipend to the current and future director from Zone 2. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. All opposed? Abstentions? Or sorry. Thank you. Resolution 7190 is approved by a vote of 6-0 with Director DePass abstaining. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7191, authorizing a stipend to the current and future director from Zone 3?
So moved.
Second?
Director Chase Miller moves. Director Split seconds. The board. Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I have an actual conflict of interest and will recuse myself from this vote.
The board will now vote on Resolution 7191, authorizing a stipend to the current and future director from Zone 3. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. All opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Resolution 7191 is approved by a vote of 6-0 with Director Sullivan abstaining. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7192, authorizing a stipend to the current and future director from Zone 4?
I'll move.
Second.
Director Engelsman moves and Director Split seconds. The board will now vote on Resolution. Oh, sorry.
I'd like to declare my actual conflict of interest.
Thank you.
Did I say that right?
And recuse yourself.
And recuse myself.
Thank you. The board will now vote on Resolution 7192, authorizing stipend to the current and future director from Zone 4. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. And all opposed, say no. Abstentions? Resolution 7192 is approved by a vote of 6-0 with Director Chase Miller abstaining. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7193, authorizing a stipend to the current and future director from Zone 5?
So moved.
Second.
Director Sullivan moves. Director DePass seconds.
I have an actual conflict, and I'll recuse myself from this vote.
The board will now vote on Resolution 7193, authorizing a stipend to the current and future directors from Zone 5. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. All opposed? Thank you. Resolution 7193 is approved by a vote of 6-0 with Director LaForte recused from the vote. I'm getting tired. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7194, authorizing a stipend to the current and future directors from Zone 6?
So moved.
Second.
Director LaForte moves and Director Sullivan seconds.
And I will alert the board that I have an actual conflict and I will recuse myself from this vote.
The board will now vote on Resolution 7194, authorizing a stipend to the current and future director from Zone 7. All in favor, please indicate.
6.
What did I say? Six? I said 7. All right, thank you. Authorize a stipend to the current and future director from Zone 6.
Sorry.
I'm trying to take your money. Actually. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. All opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Resolution 7194 is approved by a vote of 6-0 with Director Engelsman recused. Do I have a motion and a second?
Chair Wong, I recommend that Chair DePass
Thank you.
handle this motion.
All right.
Do I have a motion and a second to authorize Resolution 7195, authoring a stipend to the current and future director from Zone 7?
So moved.
Second.
I know that I have a conflict of interest and will be recusing myself from this vote.
Okay, we'll vote then. All those in favor, please say yes.
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 Any abstentions? Thank you.
Can I just double check
Oh,
who's?
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear who motioned and seconded that last
It
one.
was Split and Sullivan.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there something you need to say after that? That vote is approved by a vote of 6-0, with Director or Chair Wong recusing himself.
Thank you. All right, next up we have,
Wait, we just made history. Yeah.
we just
All
made
right.
history
Yeah,
in
we
Oregon,
did.
Oregon
Yeah,
history.
There we go.
Because there's boards elsewhere in the country that do get paid. Let's 5-minute break. Can we, how about a 3-minute break? Let's call a 3-minute break. Stretch. All right, let's get started.
Which way is this going?
I do have to mention before we start with the Division 22, I have to mention I did make a either a misquote or math mistake. It doesn't work out to 7 cents an hour.
It does or it does not?
No, I think I misquoted you because I think I read it and then I saw a decimal point.
It was 7 cents.
And it's past 9. Yeah, it's more like $6 or $5 an hour, something like that. Yeah, so it's depending on how much people put in, I would guess it would average about $5 an hour.
Yeah, it's about 5. Yeah, that's right. I don't know how I came up with that.
All right, our next item this evening is to receive the annual Division 22 report. Dr. Armstrong, can I hand it over to you?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair and Board. And I appreciate you modeling that sometimes we come up with the wrong computation and we can go back and revisit and revise. So that's
how we
wonderful
learn. Yeah,
modeling
that's how we
as educators and board directors. So our next topic is the annual Division 22 assurances presentation for the 24-25 school year. This presentation provides an important opportunity to share with the board and our community both our progress toward compliance with Division 22 standards and our progress towards full implementation. So, it's important to note that this report reflects our compliance status for the previous school year, 24-25. As part of our recent organizational restructuring, we have emphasized strong systems alignment across schools, academics, and student services as other parts of the organization, to just basically strengthen our structure. So Division 22 reporting has been moved to a systems-focused role led by Senior Director of Instructional Excellence and Improvement under the umbrella of academics. This shift ensures greater coherence, alignment, and accountability in our continuous improvement efforts. Sorry, that's a long introduction, but I want to make sure that you all have the context. So, coming before you this evening, we are providing a transparent and comprehensive update on our compliance for the 24-25 school year. And so I'm going to welcome up Senior Chief Howard of Academics, Schools, and Supports, as well as the Senior Director with the long title that I just read. Welcome.
Good evening, board directors, and I had student representative, and I know Ian had to leave, so thank you for having us this evening. I'm joined by Joanna Tobin, our Senior Director of Instructional Excellence and Improvement. You can go to the next slide, please. So tonight we will share the Division 22 Assurances presentation for the 24-25 school year, as Dr. Armstrong shared. Our presentation will include an overview of what's required and what lies ahead, a review of the Division 22 standards, highlights of where we are meeting or exceeding expectations, and areas where we are partially compliant, actively working toward full compliance, or have corrective action plans in place. It's important to note that this report reflects compliance from last school year. You've heard that a few times tonight. We'll continue to say that just because it's hard. We're looking backwards instead of forwards. And then as part of our ongoing improvement efforts, we have already made intentional adjustments to systems and structures during our 25-26 planning process to address areas identified for growth. Examples include strengthening the district continuous improvement plan and enhancing the school continuous improvement planning process, which we will discuss further during the October 28th work session. We're really excited to share that with you all. Many of you heard about it last week as well. And then we'll end with some questions following the presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Joanna.
Okay. There we go. Good evening. Good evening, Superintendent Armstrong, Board of Directors, and sorry that we're missing out on having our student representative here for this. I'm pleased to share with you our report tonight and progress made toward the Division 22 standards, again, for last year. Annually, districts are required to, by the Oregon Administrative Rule 581-022-2305, District Assurances of Compliance with Public School Standards, to report the district's status with respect to the standards for public education and secondary schools. These standards are adopted by the State Board of Education and set out in OAR Chapter 581, Division 22. And so this slide shares with you the important pieces that we need to cover that are required tonight. So what we're doing is we're reporting prior to the November 1 required date. We will present to you. We also will have the opportunity for public comment. We then will post on our website. And then from there, we also report out to the Oregon Department of Education. Let's see if I can get this clicking. Kara, I might have to ask for your support. It's just, might be a battery issue, not sure. Next slide. It's also important to note that in Portland Public Schools, we oversee numerous programs that fall under the scope of Division 22. Our district is currently compliant with the vast majority of the 59 standards, and this reflects the dedication of our staff, ensuring high quality education for our students. There are 8 areas where we still are in process of achieving full compliance, and tonight we'll share with you those specific topics where we are working toward full compliance and corrective action. And so first, I'll start by sharing the rules and revisions that are in place, that were in place for the 2024-25 school year. And so these are the areas that were new last year. The first to mention is the essential skills. Oh, sorry, we're on the waivers. Let me back up. So the waivers, it's important to note with the waivers that we are not expected to be in full compliance in these areas. And so you'll see here that we have the essential skills noted in there. You're familiar with these requirements. Those are not yet required within the Division 22s again until the 2027-28 school year. And so that's something for us to keep our eye on. The important piece with the waivers is to really think ahead. The example of the essential skills assessment for English language learners, there are some components that might have board policy implications and things of that nature. So I'm sharing with you tonight sort of a forward glance of those waivers that we need to keep our eye on coming up in 2027-28. Next slide. Okay, so for the rules that are in effect for the 24-25 school year, this includes the K-4 instructional program for social emotional learning. I'll share a bit more on that in a few slides regarding our progress toward this rule. To the second item there, we're pleased to share that we're in full compliance with the personal finance education and higher education and career pathways content standards. A bit to note on that, as a part of Senate Bill 3, financial education and higher education pathways are beginning this year, mainly at the junior level in some of our comprehensive and multiple pathways to graduation programs. These courses are required for all students in the class of 2027 and beyond. So we're pleased to report that we are in full compliance in our high school system. We will be meeting this rule. Next slide. To the rules regarding modified diploma, extended diploma, and certificate of attendance, this is an area, again, I'll share more in a moment, where we are working toward full compliance. The second item there, OAR 581-022-2045, Substance Use Prevention and Intervention Plan. We're pleased to report that we are fully meeting in that area, and that was a new rule this year. Next slide. And so now we'll give the full report on the required areas, noting our progress of either being in compliance, out of compliance, or in corrective action. I want to also note that when we're in corrective action, the corrective action is really applied through what's called a corrective action plan that is approved by the Oregon Department of Education. So that is in partnership. And that plan is in place for the duration of that plan itself. So there's different timelines. This is a frequently asked question when it comes to being in partial compliance, full compliance, or corrective action. So I can elaborate on that a bit as we go through this. Next slide. Areas of strength, I'd like to note that we are meeting in 51 of the 59 areas of the Division 22 assurances. We are implementing changes for areas where we are out of compliance, again, during the 24-25 school year. And really to note, some of these areas we already have fully corrected, and I will note that as well as we go through the next few slides. We are on track to meet the new requirements that have been named within the 25-26 school year. And all areas of corrective action are being remedied through these corrective action plans, still in the implementation and monitoring phases of those. Teams are monitoring and implementing corrective action, meeting regularly, and we will be providing progress updates throughout the year. Next slide. Diploma requirements, modified extended diploma, and certificate of attendance. As I mentioned earlier, this is a new requirement, was a new requirement for 24-25. Whoops. And what we're doing in this area is making sure that we are thoroughly informing our families of these three different diploma requirements. In reviewing this implementation and rule, we found that we need to be even more communicative, and so what we're doing is just really pausing to plan and implement this more thoroughly. Again, just to note, the new requirement named is to annually provide parents information about diploma availability and requirements, and disclosure about certificates of attendance, on-site access for all courses required for diploma at all high schools. And so we want to make sure that we are fully communicating per the rule and have a few adjustments to make. We do expect that we'll be fully meeting this rule this year. Next slide, please. Physical education requirements. This is a really complex one, and I'm sure you've been following this for quite some time. I see a lot of nods. I want to also pause. This is an area to really applaud our staff, our principals, our leaders, Dr. Jenny Withicum in physical education and health, and our leaders along the way. It's been quite a journey to really fully implement the required PE minutes at 6th through 8th grade, in particular, the 150 minutes per week. And so I want to just note that over the last few years, there's been tremendous progress made in this area. And really, the implementation and the corrective action is noted for last year. Specifically, we did ask Dr. Charlene Williams at ODE for an extension to approve, which was approved in January. really name the reasons of licensure. We had some real complexities around dance in particular that we have remedied. We also had particular facilities challenges, just to name, at Cesar Chavez, Da Vinci Middle School, George Middle School, Ockley Green, Metropolitan Learning Center, and Winter Haven K-8. I want to applaud our principals and the staffs for really creative, intentional scheduling to make sure that our students in 6th through 8th can access PE facilities. I also want to name that we have the good fortune, thank you to the community, of the Bond 2025 naming $10 million for continued improvements with PE facilities specifically for these schools. And so while we are currently meeting heading into this year, we know that to really provide the meaningful access that we would like to for students to always be able to do the preferred PE activities throughout all of the seasons that we experience in Portland, we do need more improvements in our PE facilities. And we are currently meeting the minutes. And so those two pieces are true. And the corrective action should be discontinued, but we do need to name it functionally for the 24-25 school year. Next slide, please. Okay, instructional materials and postponement of purchase of state-adopted instructional materials. This is another one that's a bit complex. We are in compliance. It is allowable to be 2 years outside of an adoption window. And so that is, again, we're compliant, and there are some pieces that we need to recommend recommend your support with a postponement. Specifically, we have, and you'll recall, in our proposal for our sequencing for our adopted materials, we have named adoptions for core curricular areas being 2 parts. So social studies is our adoption for this year. We have named 6th through 12th as part 1 for this year. And due to financial implications and intentional decisions, we really have opted to postpone K-5 to the following year. So we're naming that as an intended postponement. And functionally, while we have shared that previously, we do need for that board action, we recommend, of course, your discussion and thoughts around that, and functionally that would qualify as a postponement. And so that does show up later on this evening. We also want to give you an update on the health curriculum. While the team really endeavored last year to complete an adoption, a K-12 adoption, which encompasses multiple areas for a health adoption, the team has asked for more time. Namely for field testing, for more participation. We know that a successful adoption really requires and really needs and leans upon teacher voice. And so we do need more participation in the field testing and also more community engagement. That is also a key component of an adoption, is community engagement. And so that's a piece that we also want to mention. Also, what will come up later is in the area of district curriculum. I'll talk a bit more about our social emotional learning and our progress made in that area as well. Next slide, please. Programs and services of talented and gifted students. On this slide, it's important to note that we are currently implementing corrective action. It's important to note that the team is meeting weekly. The team will give updates throughout the year on our progress made toward implementing this corrective action. This was also, just to note, this was due to being out of compliance, and there are areas that we are intentionally still working toward. Next slide, please. Sticking with the talented and gifted theme, rights of parents of talented and gifted students. This, again, is an area where parents have the right to notification at the time of identification regarding services and programs offered, an opportunity to provide input on their child's plan. Parents may opt the student out at that time. This is another area in which we are working toward implementing corrective action. Next slide, please. district curriculum, as I mentioned a moment ago, our social emotional learning curriculum, again, really want to applaud the very hard work of our team. It's been quite a multi-year effort, very intentional effort to allow for choice at the site level. So you've heard before you our recommended adoptions. Our recommended adoption for the high school level includes two different options, one being named Wayfinder, the other we do it for the culture. And we do have two schools that have fully adopted and are currently implementing their social emotional learning choices, and that's at Jefferson High School and McDaniel High School. And we continue to implement this year with schools, high schools specifically, naming their choice and then implementing next year. And so this, as you can recall from the required areas for 24-25, wasn't a required area to be fully implementing, and we're really close. And so this is for the reasons of choice at the school level and a very thorough and comprehensive process, an area that we are technically out of compliance. And by next year, by the fall, we look forward to reporting to you that we are in compliance. Next slide, please. Required instructional time. This is another area I would just like to spend a little bit more time talking through. As you had in a memo, there really are two key components to calculating the required instructional minutes, and this is for the prior school year. There is an additional consideration of state approved exemptions that can be discussed among school boards that are allowable exemptions, and so in that memo we made you aware of those options for future consideration. And so the three areas, just to name, each school district shall ensure that at least 92% of all students in the district and at least 80% of all students are scheduled to receive annually the instructional hours, as you have in front of you on that slide. And then also a review of the actual instructional time. Did we meet these minutes? As you'll recall from previous years, it was really challenging when we had significant weather events, those sorts of things. We're pleased to share with you, very pleased to share with you tonight that when it comes to the second item, review of annual instructional time, our students did have access to all of those required instructional hours in the grade band areas noted on the slide. And then that third area for board consideration around required instructional time is, again, the allowable exemptions. And so tonight we are not asking for approval of any exemptions. We just note those for future consideration for you as a board. And then we do need to note that we are not in compliance with the first item of students being scheduled at least 80%. We had one school fall just shy of that at 79%, and that was Cleveland High School. And so we, I think to add just a little bit to this, to note that some of this is, we do have a lot of students participating in AP, IB, and advanced access to college programming. And so that is a factor in this 80% rule for us with our high school students, particularly our 12th grade students. And so we will later on tonight come back to this a bit. We'll go ahead and move on for now. Okay, here we have another area of talented and so the talented and gifted, the third area, identification of academically talented and intellectually gifted students. And this is where we need to use local norms and percentile thresholds and determine this at the district level. The person responsible for the identification must be trained in accordance with these requirements. And so this is an area where we were identified specifically for previously being out of compliance. It's an area where we do continue to review and meet regularly. And again, we will report out to you on the talented and gifted in our teaching and learning committee soon. In our final area to report on tonight is the area of menstrual dignity. I want to note that the board has heard from our students, particularly our high school students, over the last year, serious concerns. We just want to note that. I know you've heard this. And so we've problem solved. I just really want to thank Senior Director Frank Levitt for the collaboration and conversations and assurance. He shared the great planning of his team, noting challenges and implementation, and is already working quickly to correct this. So we note this. We want to monitor this and ensure that we're having the necessary access as required for free access to menstrual products in our schools. And so we do anticipate that we will meet full compliance this year. Okay, and with that, that concludes the annual report for the Division 22 assurances for 24-25, and I will turn it back to Superintendent Armstrong.
Thank you so much. Great job. Board, what questions do you have for me or our presenters?
Are you going to talk more about the required instructional minutes? I thought you were going to talk a little bit more about that.
I can. I apologize. I was thinking, actually, at the time, I think I was thinking of the postponement in my mind, and you do not have any action that you need to take on the instructional minutes, but certainly we'll defer to Dr. Armstrong for any questions or discussion.
I just wanted to, is it okay? I'm sorry. Is it okay if I could? So I just wanted to talk for a minute about what the instructional time rule actually means. So it was written to ensure that every student has access to a fully scheduled day. It's not to give us a way to exclude students from the count. So when I read the staff memo and it said we'd be compliant if we didn't count AP and we'd be at 99%, like what we're really saying is that we are not scheduling enough instructional time for our AP and IB seniors. And, if we erase them from the math, from the denominator, our math looks fine. And that's a really big group of seniors. And I did have this document added to the board materials. I asked for the breakdown by school and just to see where Cleveland stood in relation to the rest of the schools. But it was the second page that really caught my interest when I saw our 12th graders, our seniors, and how few are fully scheduled. And I understand that there are exemptions, but for accelerated learning, like you were mentioning, I guess it's kind of complicated. Like I was trying to think of a way to explain this, like in simple terms. It would be like if you had a 5th grade class and you had a bunch, half the class was like really great readers, right? You're like, they were so good, they're crushing it. So we're just gonna send them home after lunch, and we're gonna we're gonna exempt them from the rule. So that way, the 50% that are left, then you're meeting 100%. That's how it works. And essentially, that's what we're doing. Not essentially, it is what we're doing for our high school seniors. And I was really alarmed to see how low these numbers are. And I just feel that if the only way to show our compliance is to remove those students, it's not compliance, it's a real warning sign. It tells us that we are educating, 2/3 of our seniors. It's almost like they become unfunded mandates. And I really feel like we need some daylight on this issue right away, because we're tracking the same way for this year. That we need to fix the schedules, not the denominators, and that it's a really, really serious issue. So I just want to make sure that everybody caught that. And especially, when we're talking about the other classes, I know the state requires, some of you, you've taught high school, some of you have kids that are going to be in high school. When you're putting your schedule together, there are classes that the state requires students to take. And you can't play a sport and have that count as PE. You have to take a personal finance class now. You have to take the social emotional learning. So as you're building your schedule, the state makes you take these classes, but they don't actually give you any other funding to for the electives that you envision all of our students being able to take. Like the schedule is just getting crunched and crunched and crunched. So this was a big red flag for me. And if it's out there, I'm sorry, I looked for it, but I did not see that there was a resolution. The board has to approve the exemptions. That goes out for board vote. We would approve the exemptions. So the board last year would have had to approve the exemption for every single one of these seniors that's missing from these counts. Did that happen?
Director LaForte, I think there's a couple of things that we want to clear up just so that we're on the same page. And so the team is prepared to address your questions, or at least what you stated. So.
Yeah, thank you. I just first want to start by saying I think this is a really important conversation. I think what you're bringing up is really meaningful and a very important conversation for the board to have. When it comes to the 80% rule, I do want to note that we are currently in compliance for this year. One of the really interesting things for us in PPS is that we have a 24 credit diploma and 32 credits of opportunities because we have an 8-period day. And so while that is an asset and a wonderful opportunity, it does result in the possibility for 4-year plans to have a 12th grade year that is potentially lighter. So in talking with our principal at Cleveland High School and talking around this and why and thinking through and hearing her perspective, it became really clear to me and evident how meaningful our opportunities are. And so that's one piece to mention. Again, not minimizing. I really appreciate the emphasis of the access to fully scheduled course programming at the high school level, and just want to mention the unique opportunities in PPS, and not all high schools have an 8-period day locally. So that's just a unique factor. Is there anything?
Can you say some more about that? When you said not all have an 8-period day locally, can you just explain that a little further?
Yeah, so we currently have the block schedule, 4 courses a day. And so with that, there are other schedules. There are a few on a trimester schedule where there are 3 semesters essentially throughout the year. There are 7-period days, schedules. I'd say most typically, and of course we could invite more comment or more detailed research around this, but 7-period day, trimester opportunities, 8-period block is not always an option for districts.
So I just want to push back a little bit, and then this is probably a conversation, a deeper conversation for another time, like maybe even in TLE.
Sure.
But for the exemptions, they are not meant to shorten days. They are meant for, especially when we're talking about like AP or IB kids, which is the for future consideration that we're looking at. Those are meant for a way for a student who is taking one of those classes to swap it for things like enrichment, accelerated learning, internships, dual credit college courses, or work-based learning. It's not a way for us to shorten their school days. So I just want to point out to the board, like there is a much larger conversation to be had, and I do have concerns, and I may be wrong. So I just want to put that caveat out there that we should be getting resolutions that are exempting all of these students with a reason why each student is being exempted, and I can't find that for prior years. And I realize this is before Dr. Armstrong's tenure, but it looks like this has been going on for multiple years. So.
Yeah, I have a question, because when I read that, it sounded like Cleveland was under because of AP students, and then think, okay, does that mean because they're not taking a class because they're doing work on their own? Or why would AP students have less hours?
Yeah, I think by the nature of taking advanced courses, a student then may be on track to graduate and may not opt to take additional courses. And we can bring a much more thorough report on that specifically.
Yeah.
Well, 21 years in high schools, I know what it looks like. I'll give you an example. The AP kids, a lot of the AP kids are just ahead credit-wise. And it's very difficult to, I want to think about the unintended consequences, because a lot of the students in 12th grade year purposely want to take a period off, because block day, 4 period. So, the reasons I've seen from my students I've had in the past were like, that period off allows them to take internships, do internships around town. Right. Or to work, because a lot of them have come from working families. A lot of them just want time off because they need more creative time. Some of them do like creative things. Some of them do have late start because they're not morning people. So there's tons of reasons. So I think it's very difficult to like tell a student, no, you can't do this, when they've been like earning it through their whole high school career. And so I think we just have to kind of, I get this is an important conversation because there's other students too.
Well,
that doesn't fall under.
It's the law. That's
right.
That's kind of my point. Like legally, we have to provide them the opportunity to have a full schedule. So mathematically, I don't think that's even possible with what we're seeing here. So that's my concern, and so something's not mathing.
Oh wow, we've got a third.
So do they have to have a full schedule if they already have enough hours for graduation?
They have to be scheduled at 80% unless they're exempt. Yes, per
So
like
even
for
though
each
they have all their hours.
for each. Yeah, because it would, like I said, it's sort of like, okay, imagine if you're in 8th grade and you're really good, you're crushing science, you're crushing all your classes, but then we came along and said, you know what, like, you don't really need to take band, like, we're not going to have you take band. And it's the electives that get hit, and we are required, we don't send our kids to school for 3.5 years in high school, we send them for 4, unless they have, the exemptions are to replace, not to cut them early because maybe they've met all their credit requirements. It's super interesting. And again, I know I feel like I'm burning a lot of time
I
tonight.
want to invite Dr. Margaret. Thank you. There we go.
Yep. Good evening, directors. Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. The doctor, Calvert, that is in my family is a professor someplace else. So I'm not a doctor, but thank you for that. So I just thank you for the question. I want to just clarify a couple pieces about Division 22. So there are 2 parts to it, as Senior Director Tobin said. For the first part is around the actual instructional minutes. And the last time that we went through and worked with the union, we ended up adding time to the daily schedules, and we've actually built in additional instructional hours as a result. So that was a great partnership that came through out of the last bargaining session. When we look at high school schedules, it's both parts as you're describing. One is about the seniors need to have 966 hours, the rest are 990, et cetera, et cetera. The part about a full schedule, there are eight periods in a high school schedule. There are a total of 32 credits that can be earned. When you see the numbers, I don't have the tables in front of me, but when you look at the numbers by grade levels, you'll see 99, 100% of students pretty much, and then there's a difference at at senior year, excuse me. So part of what Chair Wong has said is true, that you'll have seniors that may take a period to have an internship, and that's not fully scheduled then. So fully scheduled does not mean a student's taking 4 classes. It means they may be taking 7, right? So I want to make that really clear. I think the other part is you will see if you've had a senior recently try to apply to college, the fall is very tense, and they're trying to balance course loads at school while also applying to colleges, looking for scholarships, doing some of those pieces. So periodically, similarly, students will say, I need to have some time to do that and not feel pressed with the classes while they're trying to make those transitions to post-secondary. So some of those will be reasons that students would ask as well. When students ask for a reduced schedule, there is a process that should happen with families as part of forecasting, where families say, yes, we understand that our student is asking for a reduced schedule. We are in support of that, and it's part of their graduation plan. So they have to be on track to graduate. They have to have a transition plan that's in place and working with counselors, and then it should be in concert with families to say, this is, a student is considering this, and then there is an agreement that is pretty formalized at that point. So when we look at the 80%, the seniors, so it comes through for a variety of reasons. I would say the other part that we've seen, especially coming out of COVID, is that we see more students working in high school. And so some of it is to say, how do we provide some of that flexibility for students? So it's a variety of ways for flexibility. But the concerted effort to keep students fully, at 8 periods, all the way through their junior years, you'll see that those are very high numbers. And then there are some exceptions that happen in the senior year. So, but I don't want there to be conception that we're going from 8 periods to 4.
Right. I guess my concern is that as the board, like, we're supposed to see these exemptions and approve them for valid reasons.
Yeah.
And there's a pretty short list of what the state of Oregon considers valid reasons. So I just feel like there's when I see like 19% or 29%, like having had a senior recently and having a current high school sophomore, like I definitely am familiar with the high school schedule, which I think is why this was this jumped out to me. So I think I appreciate the explanation, and I'm still concerned because it looks like this has been. It just seems like the gap is too wide to mathematically even make up for it. So I'm just.
So I think the piece.
And I'm wondering why the board hasn't approved it.
There are two. I'll go back to the previous page. There's 2 pages to this, right? The previous page says that every school has to have 80% of students, at least 80% of students, fully scheduled. Mathematically, I'm happy to walk through the math with the proportion of seniors versus 3/4 of school being fully scheduled and 1/4 being less than fully scheduled. You can get to 80% pretty quickly because that's 75% there. It's 80% of the school over a school year. Every school has to have 80% of the students scheduled.
Right.
So when you look at the first page, it shows the total number of students fully scheduled.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not for each grade level. It's not 80% of each grade level.
Because I looked it up.
Okay.
I'm not trying to, but I think we might want to check.
Okay.
Yeah, I can.
The language has remained the same for a number of years, so I don't know that there's a change to language in the last year.
We're pulling the
It says
actual
at
ODE
least
language.
80% of all students at each school operated by the district are scheduled to receive annually the following minimum hours.
So it's 80% at a
least 2%
school
of all
annually.
students in the district and at least 80% of all students at each school.
Annually. Not each grade level. It's at the school overall.
Well, we're not sure if the math works because we haven't seen, or the reasons, because the exemptions are not coming to the board. So all these students, like if you look at Cleveland, like the 81% of students, seniors that we're missing, all of those exemptions need to come to the board for approval. From what I understand.
Go ahead.
Do you want to take that one? I really appreciate that Assistant Superintendent Margaret Calvert is here, having really been overseeing this in the past. I think the important piece to know on the 80%, and I really appreciate the questions, and I think we need to get in the weeds and really make sure we're all comfortable with it. I think the piece is that we are not out of compliance technically with the Division 22 assurances if we don't dip below that 80%, and thank you for reading the rule around that. And so really it would be, we do go into corrective action now. So as a result of that, that's an important piece. I did omit from the presentation. I want to just go back and share that because of this, we will go into corrective action. And so I do appreciate all of the questions and diligence around this, because we will need to put our heads together to ensure that we do not yet again dip below that 80%. And so part of what we outlined in the memo was to ensure that we bring together our high school leaders, that we form an opportunity to reflect and look at our current practices and brainstorm. And I would offer, Assistant Superintendent Calvert's perspective over time is extremely valuable. I think just really looking at this, to your points and your questions that you're bringing up, it is really complex. It is really complex for the senior year. It's also a great opportunity that we have these 32 credits, and yet the exemptions really don't apply unless we are below that. And tonight we're not asking for approval of the exemptions that would be heading into this year. We're not asking for that. We're naming we're out of compliance for this one school. And with that, want to take the opportunity, as we opened with the Division 22 assurances, this is an opportunity to really improve practice. It's an opportunity to lean into our district continuous improvement. And this is an area where we can say, way, in alignment with all of our efforts. We want to ensure that we're doing the best that we can, to your points and questions around the senior year. And so I know that we'll have further conversation about this, both within PPS and then also in partnership with ODE through our corrective action plan that we will need to complete.
Thank you. I want to pause this conversation because I think you could use some time to get back on some info if you want some information later. We are kind of running late, and there's no vote on Division 22. It's a report for tonight. There's a vote later that we do need to get to next. But first, before we do that, we need to do public comment. Is there any public comment, Ms. Bradshaw?
Nobody signed up for public comment.
All right, nobody signed up for public comment.
I do have one comment that I would like to make briefly on this Division 22.
Because we need to move on.
I know. I have a comment on that too. So I just, for anyone else who's out there reading this required instructional minute, and first of all, I want to say, I appreciate this board because high school is so far from anything I understand. So the fact that the two of you have professional and personal experience is great because I don't understand any of that and I want to learn. What I do want to say is I am concerned by this required instructional minute staff report. I know that we're not supposed to do anything today, but it suggests to me that something's coming in the future, and the idea that we might be asked to count up to 30 hours of staff professional development time as instructional time is concerning to me. We already have kids who have the bare minimum, and they should reach that. They should not be asked to count time when they're at home or with the babysitter or at Art for Life or at soccer or something as instructional time. Because it's teacher professional and there's no kids and there's no butts in seats. And so I want to highlight that it's very concerning to me. 30 hours of staff professional time is an entire week of school that I hope we're never asked to say that counts as instructional time. I would just like to highlight that and flag that as concerning to me. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And we just wanted to make sure that you had what is allowable too, all in the same place that you could see that.
Really appreciate all of the information that you included. I know I feel like I've been peppering, but thank you. It was really thorough and I really appreciate it.
I have a question. I know that the essential skills assessment is waived. And it said in its place, local performance assessment requirement remains in effect. So what is that?
Yeah, so this goes back, Board Chair Wong might recall the old performance, or work samples. Do you recall work samples?
Oh, yes.
So this goes back. I remember early on in my career when we were looking at the Certificate of Initial Mastery and the CAM, the Certificate of Advanced Mastery. The Oregon Department of Education said we need work samples. We need to see student performance growth, and this was really the catalyst to a lot of what we do now in practice. And I'll just say that this is kind of the holdover for that really briefly without going into too much detail. It's just saying we need to name as a district where we are doing those assessment measures throughout the year. There are certain subjects, certain grade bands. We could send you a follow-up. We have that linked in our assessment calendar on the website.
Oh, like portfolio work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
Okay.
was the origin of it. And now we name things. It can be an assessment, say a particular assessment in a grade that we name as a performance.
Okay, so they have to do something,
Yeah.
even though they don't have.
Yes. And we can send that to
assessment.
you.
Okay.
It's also for anyone or anyone watching. It is posted within our assessment calendar
Yeah.
On our website.
Okay,
Yeah, and I can
thank
talk to you hours about what that looks like.
Bet you remember.
Won't do it tonight. Thanks. I think all of you are staying on for the next topic, which is the next item is to approve the postponement of the regular purchase of state adopted instructional materials. Thank you, Margaret Calvert, for the input and your time. Superintendent Armstrong, could you introduce this part?
Absolutely. I'm going to turn it right over to the team. Go ahead.
Okay. Anything you want to say? We mentioned this earlier. We have a slide, and actually, if we advance to the next slide, we brought it back in again, so you can have it in front of you. Okay, while we're getting that up, I'll just go ahead and summarize. We are asking for an intentional postponement of the K-5 social studies adoption while we are going through that process for 6-12. K-5 would intentionally be the second year, so we would adopt bring forward to you a recommendation for adoption spring of 27, and then that would be in full implementation the following year. We also are taking this opportunity to inform of our need for the extension for the K-12 health, again, for the purposes of teacher participation and community engagement. Also noting that our 9-12 social emotional learning is well underway, but we need a bit more time. And so this resolution details those areas for you, and I'm happy to take questions.
All right, let's get it on the table first. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7201, resolution to postpone the regular purchase of state-adopted instructional materials?
So moved.
Director Sullivan moves.
Second.
Director DePass seconds. Any board discussion?
I have a couple questions. I promise they're not as long as the last ones. I just, for my own clarity, like when you say revised timeline for extended field testing and more thorough community engagement, like what exactly does that mean? Like what's the field testing and like what kind of community engagement? Like for
Yeah, that's great. So field testing is a process where teachers go ahead and use portions of the curriculum or for a short period of time. The curriculum, sometimes teams will pilot different curriculum in the different content areas. And then as a part of an adoption process, we are required and value the process of a preview. So a community preview of the materials. You've probably attended some of these where you can go and actually see the materials and read in front of you what the students would see. And so that's an important process. And so our teams just didn't quite get it across the finish line where they would have that opportunity, and really advocated for more time for the purposes of a really thorough and successful adoption.
Yeah, and just to add a little bit more, we are working with our teacher partners in this, and we have standing meetings. And one of the requests they had was around the ability to have a longer field test period so that teachers could deeply understand the materials and then weigh in for feedback around that. So we've taken that into consideration too.
Yeah, I can give you tons of examples sometime offline
No,
about how this
I
works.
appreciate it. Now I don't ever have to ask again for the next 4 years. Now I know what it means.
Terms, all kinds of terms.
Yeah.
I do have one comment. I just want to share that this is another unfunded mandate. This idea of, Division 22, this 7-year cycle period. I don't know how they came about it. I'm guessing it's kind of arbitrary, but it's a one-size-fit-all problem, right? There's some curriculums that take 7 years to develop. There's some maybe 3. I mean, I'm not there's definitely some curriculum out there that really needs to be updated soon, but there's some that are working great and probably should last a little bit longer. And so again, this is a situation where, again, it's not a one-size-fits-all thing. We want to be responsive to our teachers and have the right curriculum. And I think sometimes that takes time and doesn't fit in this like neat little 7-year package. So I'm fully supportive of this. So thank you.
I
was going to go ahead.
I just want to say ditto to what everything Chair Wong just said. With the blessing of leadership here at Portland Public Schools, they've even talked to legislators about doing something about this requirement to adopt expensive curriculum on a rigid timeline, especially in a time when we're making cuts to the actual full-time employees that are the ones who can make the curriculum actually do any good in a classroom. So I'm really hopeful that the state will take a look at ways that they can reduce some of the unfunded mandates at a time of budget crunch for districts and for the state. We'll see, but I just wanted to put it out there that I've actually taken some steps to try to see if we can get this to be I got blessing, but not, it's not what did not take the position as the district, just to be clear. I just made sure it was okay for me to meet with them. I'm realizing now it sounds like I was like, oh, PPS wants to do this, but it was me as just Christy Split, but taking some steps to try to see if we can move on this.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. I want to appreciate Director Split too for that. I think both of us have been working hard lobbying our legislators to reduce some of the burdens of these unfunded mandates.
Yeah, I'm going to say that I'm a mom. I'm not an educational expert on the academic or the operations side. So I appreciated the staff report, and I'm happy to support the staff recommendation. And I was compelled by just now hearing about that you've spoken with the teachers and this works for them. but also that option 2 requires adjustment to a schedule that's already in motion. It has to refocus efforts of work that's already undergoing, and that there's budgetary implications that sealed the deal for me.
So is the, just so I understand this, so is the plan then in the very near future to purchase an already state adopted instructional material? Okay.
Yes.
And so this is where I'm just trying to self-understand. So what are we using now?
For which content area? For health specifically? Or for?
Sure, yeah. Or the social studies, the health, the social emotional.
For the social emotional curriculum, we have adopted Wayfinder, and we do it for the culture for 9-12. And so really that piece is just around the implementation timeline. So we have 2 schools that are implementing.
Sorry, I meant the
McDaniel,
social
Jefferson.
studies K-5.
What's that? The K-5?
Yep, this K-5 social studies.
Social studies. So that's an area for K-5. Social studies is not something that we teach every day.
Yeah.
It's an important part of our curriculum, or of our programming. I'll just add a little bit. We do have some materials, and we could provide more information for you on that. I'll just also add that the K-5, we did try and do an adoption a few years ago. It's really helpful to do an adoption when it aligns to standards, and there are materials that are aligned to the standards. And so this is an area that's been challenging for not just PPS, but for the state. We've really been waiting for the new standards and to have the curriculum, to have the vendors do the great work of aligning to the standards. And so it has been a bit of a lengthier process, just to name that, for social studies specifically.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And our 6-12 teams are really excited to do the work this year.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. I already asked for public comment, right? Is there or no, I didn't for this one. Ms. Brasho, is there public comment on this one? Thank you. All right, the board will now vote on Resolution 7201, resolution to postpone the regular purchase of state-adopted instructional materials. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. All opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Resolution 7201 is approved by a vote of 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for staying here this late. Our next item tonight is allocated 5 minutes, so we know. Okay. Our next item tonight is the outdoor school memo requested by members of the Teaching and Learning Enrollment Committee. Dr. Armstrong, can you take this away?
Absolutely. We have Chief Morrison, who will speak on the memo and then transition to the finance focus for tonight on the PERS advisory rates for 27-29 and the preliminary budget development.
Thank you. I don't really have any information to present outside of what was contained in the memo regarding outdoor school, the analysis, and also the explanation of services and how they've changed over time. But I'm happy to answer any questions.
I just had first of all, I have a couple comments, and I will make this short. I promised. I promised Chair Wong. So I wanted to thank everybody up here for approving this directive for staff to pull together this analysis. It's a per student cost for outdoor school, both before and after Measure 99. Outdoor School for All was supposed to make this more affordable for all students in the state of Oregon. And what we saw in the data analysis is what I had suspected, is that the rate increases have far outpaced inflation. So we're looking at, it's 179% since 2016. But I went back another year. You throw one more year in there, it's like 312%. And it's when the state decreased. This is just 100. The state decreased funding by 20%. My hunch is they probably saw the same thing. And if MESD's rates had tracked the CPI, we would have enough money, even with the 20% cut. So I guess I think it's quite possible that state noticed the same thing. And because of this, we've been forced to reduce, a 5-day program to a 4-day program. If it tracked the consumer price index, and we needed to do 4 days to save money, we could. So anyway, I just feel like what we did today, what I want to do today is, we're really asking questions on behalf of every middle schooler in the state who is going to have less access to this program for legislation that was supposed to expand it. And so, I asked myself, I'm like, well, what exactly am I proposing? Like, what can we do? We can't do anything for this year, but I think looking towards next year, I would love to see, PPS really lead the charge to come together with other districts that are utilizing MESD for these services and renegotiate these rates, because I'm having a hard time, like just even looking at the memo and their budget documents and seeing that kind of cost increase. It's not there. So anyway.
I love that. I double underline that. And so just to check in though, would the MESD be the governing body for, or at least the deciders of the rate, or is that a different body of folks who set that? Just to make sure we point our advocacy in the right direction. Okay, yeah. I love that, and I think that that's something that we can certainly work on.
Thank you. Personally, we have a little lead time. Thank you.
And I would just like to take 30 seconds to say thank you to Director LaForte, who took a lot of flack for making this request and a lot of pushback and not wanting to do the work, and people all over the district calling out and saying, please don't have anyone do the work. But the work that Director LaForte asked for is very illuminating, and our kids deserve better. And I think it's important to see the numbers and get them their 5 days next year or whatever. But I just want to say thank you for that.
Okay, I just want to, sorry, at the risk of going longer, I don't think it was flack. I think that principals who are the best equipped to speak to what the needs of kids are gave their feedback. I heard them thanking us for being concerned and sharing their feedback. And I just want to make sure that we're not mischaracterizing the feedback that we get from our educators, because they are really the people who know, and we kind of we get a packet and we make opinions without having the lived experience of doing the jobs.
You're 100% right. But if we had listened to the call to not do it, we wouldn't have this report in front of us. And the numbers in this report are very illuminating. And so I don't disagree that people should be telling us what they think and how they feel. But if Director LaForte had not pushed for this, we wouldn't be seeing what we're seeing, which I think is really important for us to see in going forward and negotiating and having conversations. So you're right, it's not flack. I was talking more actually in the board meeting that day. But also their letter was asking us to stop something that ended up being really, really important for us to see.
Yeah, I just want.
Yeah, well, and I think you're right. It was the flack the board was giving you more, and
that's why I'm
and
thanking everybody for your support. I really appreciate it. This is a team, one team, one dream.
That you went through it, and because I just didn't want to take up anybody's time with it, but.
Well, I mean,
knowing that we probably couldn't come up with the money, but to have this information is so useful. So yes, very much appreciated.
Yeah, and sort of to kind of merge both sides so we all understand. I think what I've heard from what I understand is that as the funding for outdoor school increased, the program actually changed. They provided more stuff, more things, more activities, and things like that. And so to match the funding increase that followed with it. And then with this cut, yeah, we could renegotiate, but then that would also mean that they would have to relook at their programs and cut the offerings and things like that. So it's right. I just want just being real. This is good information to have. At the same time, things have changed, and I think that's something that needs to be acknowledged as well.
I mean, for me, this is the last thing I'll say. All this really does for me is reinforce that the state needs to pay the share that they are committed to paying. I recognize that we all want to solve this problem for our kids, but I see this as a state problem, and as the state being the ones holding the responsibility for fixing it.
I just want to add two points, if I might. My mic is not on. There it is. Deborah Kafori, Chief of Staff. Two things. One is we did reach out to the other school districts in the MESD area, and they were not interested in making changes because they're all focused on their own issues within their own districts. We see what's happening in Reynolds right now. Nobody had the bandwidth to take this on. And second, you have to remember there's a third partner in this. It's Oregon State University. So they actually run the contracts and run the grants, so the money goes through them. So it wouldn't necessarily be us negotiating with MESD. We would also have to bring them into the equation as well. So I just want to put that out there. I am in complete agreement with you, Director Chase Miller, that this was just another chance for the legislature to step up, and they didn't, and they took the money. So thanks.
Thank you, everyone. I think this is a great, valuable information to have, and also to understand the big scope of the problem. All right, next we have finance focus. I'll hand this off to, Chief Morrison.
All right, I'm joining the Zoom meeting following instructions. You may recall this was a challenge for me last time, trying to speed it up. There we go. All right. All right, so tonight is finance focus, so it's not a budget update. It's just kind of a quick overview of the activities that we're working on. There will be a budget update at the end of the month. This is just a great slide that our comms department put together, so you can spend some time with it when you are looking for something to entertain yourselves. We have tonight we're going to talk about the PERS advisory rates that came out September 26th. Talk a little bit about some of the activities we're doing around budget development already now that we're into the school year. Talk about our budget video series that we're doing, and then a look ahead as well. So at the September 26th board meeting, there were information. I know that it was in the media as well. Some statistics that are pretty staggering in terms of potential impacts based on preliminary performance of market. And so for schools, the average increase projected right now is 4.62 percentage points. So each percentage point is a percentage of our payroll. And so that's a significant cost to us. So if we have that increase, it's about just over $23 million just in PERS. And this is for the 27-29 biennium. So it's not immediate, but it's something that we need to keep an eye on and watch for. So I wanted to bring it to your attention. We will receive our individual employer rates, the advisory rates, in December. So you'll get an update then too. For budget development, we're already analyzing our pre-pandemic staffing and enrollment to our current state, really trying to figure out, those things that we may have added over the pandemic and we still see as a priority, but we haven't reframed our programs or operations to meet our enrollment decline. We're comparing Portland Public Schools to like-sized districts in terms of operations and also offerings at the schools. Budget team meetings with departments and schools, and really looking at current staffing versus some future modeling and what we can do to bridge the transition period. We are doing a video series. Very shout out to Chief Gross and our comms department. They rewrote some script for me, and then they have put together some videos. We have one released already, just kind of a quick introduction, and there's 10 total talking about different things that the community would find interesting about our budget. We're also going to have a kind of a revised budget page, landing page, that'll be much more graphic. And it's, again, just in the interest of getting our community and you guys fully informed of our position as we move both into budget development and into bargaining with our union partners. And so looking ahead, we will be looking at the last quarter for 24-25. So that'll be preliminary annual finals. We will be looking at our Multnomah County tax rolls. We should be getting those any minute. We have some updated projections for the current year. And then also our state revenue forecast will be coming out in November. So these are some things that are on the horizon for us. That is all. I'm here to answer any questions or take comments. I know that we have behind this slide for you in the deck are the graphs that were presented last time. We kind of ran late and short on time, so I wanted to make sure that if there were questions or concerns about those, that we you had an opportunity to ask.
So were we not going to play your video?
We are
No.
not going to play the video,
All right. We'll
but
make
it's on
sure.
the PPS Facebook page
Okay.
if you're super excited about it.
I'll link it into that board update on Friday, just in case.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong.
I just want to flag, we often pair these budget conversations with a reminder to advocate. Many of us have been invited, and I really hope no one is currently listening to us, but maybe just because, I hope people watch us, but it's late, and hopefully they have turned it off and will watch it later. But there's, I think, the community and parents for public schools, along with Sunnyside Environmental Schools advocacy team, are putting on an event. I think it's November 9th. So just make sure, if you haven't noticed that in your email, they would love to have any and all of us there. 3 of us have at least somewhat of a conflict because we have our audits meeting. Okay. Is it the 13th? Okay, November 13th. November 6th. We're both wrong. November 6th. But anyway, fellow board members, feel free to go, and more importantly, feel free to invite your communities, because I bet that's who's listening right now is us. And so inviting anybody you know that can move other parents to get engaged. I think you all know I threw my whole heart and spare time into advocating the last 2 years to try to bring parents to the Capitol, and it didn't do much, but if we keep trying, maybe it'll start to work. So, can't give up.
November 6th.
There's no question.
6 to
November
7:30.
6th.
I
6
screwed
to
up so many dates.
7:30.
Yep.
Okay.
Sunnyside.
Yeah, at Sunnyside.
I would note too, and thank you for your advocacy. It did a lot more than you think. It really sheltered us from some hardships that could be coming our way. So thank you for that.
It was a team effort, but yeah.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for staying here this late. All of you out there. Next up, we have the consent agenda. Board members, if there's any items you want to pull for a separate vote, please indicate that now. I was going to throw something at you. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any changes on the consent agenda?
No.
All right, do I have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Director Split moves, Director LaForte seconds the adoption of the consent agenda. Any board discussion? Great. This board will now vote on resolution 7168 through 7173. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes?
Yes.
All opposed?
Yes.
Abstentions? Thank you. Consent agenda as amended is approved by a vote of 7-0. All right. Normally we have time for but because it's late, for requests for future agenda items, and there's also things I want to share as well. Director Sullivan asked when we should schedule our board self-evaluation. As we talked with the leadership team and stuff, and thought maybe February 24th during an executive session would be cool. There's a full report about all the discussions, everything we talked about in our leadership meeting on Monday, coming out to you. I was supposed to send it out to you today, but I got really busy with work, so apologies. I'll try to send that out tomorrow to you. So that'll have all the stuff that we talked about. I also did hear from checking with people about wanting to continue to look at our RESJ contracts, making sure that they're performing. The other one was about superintendent evaluation, which will be in my big report that I'm going to send out to you tomorrow. Board self-evaluation, and then I think that's it. Unless I'm forgetting something. Right, exactly. Yes.
Sorry, I should have said this when you asked if there were any public or any comment about the consent agenda. I just wanted to put a shout out to the 3 field trips that we have in here. They're so cool that Roosevelt High School has a student who was given the opportunity to represent peers on a national platform and shape policies by going to, I think it's to DC, and then we have Lincoln High School kids participating in honor band and clinics, and then we have Lincoln High School kids also through the Brothers of Color traveling to Canada to participate in a nuclear peace summit. And like to Dr. Armstrong always wanting to highlight the cool stuff, the cool different word that's not G-rated that happens in PPS. Like I just wanted to highlight these things. They're so cool, and thank you to the kids that are trying and the teachers that are supporting.
Thank you for that. Absolutely. All right, unless further comments, questions? All right, this meeting's adjourned.
Yeah. Do we have to approve? It was on the consent
That's
agenda.
on the consent agenda.
Consent agenda. Yeah.
You really want to stay here longer, right?
Wow.
All right, this meeting is adjourned.